that very good, positive message that I got interrupted with. But hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Hey, Barbaric, welcome in. Hopefully, you're having a wonderful day so far. Let me check something, because last time I looked at the VOD for this, I saw that the music wasn't coming through. Okay, it is. Okay. All right, it is coming through this time. But it was like, I think it was last Sunday, I think is what it was. And then suddenly I was just like, cool, there's no music to this. That's super swell. Welcome in. Hopefully y'all are having a good day. For me, I'm a little tired, not gonna lie. But we've been going pretty hard this week. So it's just more or less, I took a day off because I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna make sure that I have planned for a day off as like a mental day, but instead it kind of turned into kind of catching up on stuff, and I think it also kind of killed a lot of the momentum behind it. You know what I mean? I don't know if anyone else is kind of like that, where like you need that momentum. Like it's easier to do stuff. Oh, also, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm a little bit on the quiet side, right? But it looks like all my settings seems to be fine. So what I want to share with y'all is a way in which if you are quiet, or like your mic is quiet and you can't really figure out what is making you a lot lower, because like especially in the beginning when I started streaming, I went and like I turned up my gain because I was so quiet, but then I was essentially like getting this like sound quality down because of how much gain I've been increasing. But I'm like, it keeps constantly like, but it's so quiet. How am I both blowing out the mic, but it sounds like it's so low on the thing? So let me show y'all. Let me show y'all the thing. So I'm gonna turn this on. Boop. And if you right click the sound on the bottom right, you can kind of see behind Mama Dodo. She is currently blocking it. You click, hold on, let's see, Mama Dodo, can I move you for the red so I can show all the lovelies here. All right. And now, if I right click and go to sounds, this will pop up, right? And then I go to recording, right click microphone, properties, levels. This, when I was trying to figure out the issue, this was set to like 60. Which is nuts. Hey Dragon, welcome in! I'm trying to figure out why I'm so quiet. As far as the mic settings currently. So I was just showing as far as like the weird behind the scenes of like there is a microphone setting in sounds on the computer that will randomly after an update just be less than 100. You don't hear me. Oh. I'm talking in the void? Are you sure? Huh. I mean, I see... Okay. One sec then. Alright. Well, let's see here. Mic aux. Here we go. Testing. Well, no. Are you sure? Do you have the stream muted? Because we should. Well, how does this sound? Right now I should be talking double now. But do you hear me now? As far as I'm aware, this should be working. Hold on. I don't know. As far as I could tell, this should be working decently well. Let's actually turn this up a little bit. Just a little bit. and then for me, yeah, no. So we're just gonna turn this up a little bit so y'all can hear me a little more. Well, that's not super terrible. What is that now? What are we at now? Was that like 45? That's honestly, no, I'm gonna be peaking if I do that. How about 42? And I'm talking normally. Okay, that's a little better at the very least. I don't know why I'm so quiet. Let's go down to 40. 40 seems to be like a sweet spot, at least for the most part. Okay, we'll try it here, and then I'll look back on the VOD and see how that is. But as far as I'm aware, I should be talking. As far as I'm aware. Hold on. I'm gonna look in here. I'm gonna unmute myself in the stream and see. Let's see. As far as I'm aware. Yeah, no. Hold on. I'm gonna. It's actively doing it. I think it's your end, Dragon. I think it's you. I don't think it's me. It's one of the rare times where I'm like, nah, Uno reverse card. All right. Okay. Well, I still feel like we're a little quiet, but I don't know what is making it lower. As far as all my settings that I know of, I should be higher, but I made it a little bit louder on, I have like a Focusrite. Like this is kind of like, okay, what is the actual setting that I'm on? I usually have this on 38, but it's on 40 now. I don't remember which one that I had it on before, but I've noticed a few times now where it feels like the stream is just quieter, right? So just something to note as well. So we'll see. I'll be able to see the output on today's stream and see how that goes. So as far as what we're going to be doing today, oh yeah. Also, I wanted to share the new graphic. Look at it. This is the new graphic. Look, we can translove. Vote for Dino mascot. All our goals have been meted, but the rewards are still there. Pew, 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 pew. And I know Dragon already did this, but if y'all already have done the Deltarune code and want to opt out of it, you're more than welcome to. But it would probably... I don't remember what I did last time. I feel like it was through Discord. I think through Discord is how I'll like contact y'all for the sticker codes. So once we make the sticker, y'all can get the 50% off code so that you can do that at checkout. Similar to what we did during the Halloween stream. But yeah, no, we have a collab with Ella in about 45-ish minutes. You know, it's their it's early on the West Coast, so we need to give them some time. So we have some time to kill. So one of the things here, they're not probably in here, so they're probably not gonna. We're not gonna. No one say nothing. No one say nothing. So I have this little thing that I'm doing, right? So you know what we like doing the ECRBs. You know what I mean? Hold on. Let me pull them up. Kind of like this. The noise, the jump scares, the blood, right? It's our own version of ESRBs for it's kind of like a combination of a phobia warning and a trigger warning and accessibility like warning for people who come in on stream who don't necessarily know what we're going to be doing or the games that we're playing, right? And so what I want to do is I want to make one that is for different collabs, because as you may or may not be aware, some streams are rated T and some streams are rated M, and collabs are auto M, right? And because like it's just kind of one of those things where we made the transition to have 18 plus spaces, one of them being with the Discord, for a combination of safety and comfortability, and accountability. I think is also a good term for that as well. And collabs were auto-aimed so that people could feel comfortable, because we have a diverse amount of people that we collaborate with different communities and such. So it's it's just one of those things. But it felt weird for me to put auto 18 plus for everything when sometimes all we're doing is just standing around and drawing. You know what I mean? So that's why I kind of held back on that, at least for those particular streams. And what was I gonna say? So I wanted to do a warning for the because especially when there's rated M ones and there isn't really anything else up there, because there aren't any other like trigger warnings. I was like, it felt a little empty. So I wanted to add a specific warning for each person that we collaborate with. So I made one yesterday because your boy wanted to do the animation yesterday, but then it would have taken a lot out of me to do it all yesterday. And so it was kind of like, I don't know how to put it. I'm still trying to fix my relationship with effort and productivity, because as of right now, my relationship with it is put my whole ass into something and then I burn out, and then repeat over and over. And I've gotten a lot better at it. I've been noticing the signs better. I've been trying to have more of a consistent theme with it. Hold on, we should probably switch this to just chatting for right now, and then we'll switch this back when we switch over. But what was I gonna say? I interrupted my own thought to do that. It was discussion about productivity, right? So I tend to always have my eyes are bigger than my stomach kind of mentality when it comes to that stuff, where it's like, I'm capable of doing all of this, and I am, but I don't like properly make it where it's just like, yeah, if I do that for every single second of that day, which is unreasonable. I have the difficulty with reasonable expectations for myself. Let's put it that way. That's a good way of putting it. And that it's good in the sense that it really pushes me to do things that I'm not necessarily comfortable in doing. It pushes me to do things outside of what I think I'm capable of, and then I end up being surprised with the outcome, and I'm like, oh, I'm actually pretty good at this. Animation being one of them. Like I've been weirdly good at animation since like the get-go, which has been really like fun exploring. And that feels like a humble brag, but I'm just gonna try to power through it. Anyway, so I wanted to do the second animation of Mama Dodo version 2 for the reward for y'all getting past $50, right? But it was gonna be pushed too much, and I was like, oh, I feel bad about it. I don't feel great. But I was like, well, what if instead I do a little bit of something small but something else, so it still feels like I accomplished something. And to be honest, that felt pretty nice. I think having an aspiring, overarching goal that you try to accomplish, but then almost like a plan B of like, hey, if this was gonna cost too much for you, here's a much smaller task that you can still complete, where it still feels good to complete. So if you fail at the first one, you could do the backup. And in this case, it's the ECRB for Ella. So let me download that, and we will see. Y'all get to see it. I think it's really funny. This is Ella warning. And each one's going to be unique. And they will have a say. they will have a say in the matter, aka like if depending on the picture, like I will collaborate more in the future as far as this isn't just going to be like a one-sided deal. But I thought it would be really funny to add it. That was so large, but look at it, it's so funny. Oh my gosh, look at the little Ella thing. It's a good warning. Oh my gosh, I love it. It's so funny. It's just something about the black and white of it that I'm just like, oh, it looks almost like a wanted poster. So we're gonna show her that later when we start the collab. Hey Piranha, welcome in. How are you doing? You picked out a interesting time. How are you doing? Let's see. I'm just making sure. Ooh, hold on. Uh-oh. Larian sent me a Helldiver message. I was wondering. The good rating, right? So funny. By the way, Barbaric, can you hear me on stream? Dragon said that he wasn't able to hear me, but as far as I could tell, everything on my end seems to be working just fine. So I just went, okay. Just making sure it wasn't... Okay, so it was on Dragon's side. Alright. Just making sure. Just making sure. Thank you, I appreciate it, Barbaric. But yeah, the good warning. So, hush, don't tell Ella. We're gonna surprise her with it later. Also, in regards to the collab later, I was unfortunately disappointed. I had a whole thing. We were going to mod it. We're gonna mod the characters. My original idea. I'll give you my original idea. And we weren't able to do the mods, Barbaric. We weren't able to do the mods. I'm sorry. Yeah, I tried everything that I could to make it happen yesterday. That's also one of the bigger reasons why I couldn't do the animation, is because I spent like 3 or 4 hours working on that. And everything that should have worked didn't work. And I'm sorry. But I will tell you what I wanted to do. Alright? What I wanted to do was I was going to make Chris Leon for Ella. And I wanted to make... I forget her name. I forget the main protagonist, female protagonist's name. I was gonna make her Sailor Moon, and it was gonna be Sailor Moon and Leon killing zombie butt, and I was going to paint like nothing sells Valentines and trans rights than killing zombies, and it was like a whole thing that I was planning on it. It would have been so good, right? So, first hurdle, there is no Sailor Moon model for Resident Evil 5, which I think is very disappointing. I'm disappointed in you, modders. I'm disappointed in you. You're better than this. I'm just kidding. Y'all do amazing work. And then the Leon thing was there, but like, first the mod, like the mods, the fluffy mod that they used to actually mod the game didn't work, even though I followed the video exactly. It still didn't work. And then there was a second video that I followed that said that the fluffy mod manager doesn't work on older games like Resident Evil 5, even though I literally watched a video of it working for Resident Evil 5. So then I went in and manually changed the specific files necessary to replace the models and everything, and it still didn't work. It was almost like the Resident Evil 5 like start, like it's almost like the game that the files that are updating wasn't the game that I was playing, but it was all coming from the same place as far as I could tell. So I was like, shit. So yeah, I really did try, but what I'm going to do is, like, this isn't going to be a one and done kind of deal. This is going to be a multi-stream game. So this first time we're not going to have mods. I'm hoping by the next time we get around to part 2 of this, we will have the mods installed and ready to go. So that's what I'm hoping for. It might, because usually when it comes to this kind of stuff, there's like, it's something stupid. It's like, Steam wasn't updating where it was pulling the files from, so that I could have just deleted the whole thing if I wanted to. It wasn't gonna do it or something. Who knows? Who knows? Umbrella hates whimsy. Confirmed. And hopefully y'all have gotten your snacks and drinks and all that other kind of stuff. I have myself some peanut butter crackers, and I have myself my caffeine and some water, so I'm pretty much all set. But I wonder what we could do to kill like 25 minutes, you know? Oh, I know what I can do. One thing I need to do is hop into my own Discord on my personal stuff and join the collab voice chat. There we go. I'll let her know. Just a heads up, I'm in my collab chat on my Discord whenever you are ready. No rush. Okay. Alright. But it'll be good. It was a good 30 minutes. We could play Mugenics for a hot minute. I have been enjoying that. Should I show y'all my infield stuff? I've been playing a lot of infield. That sounds kind of fun. Because I'm not like a gacha streamer or anything like that. But I can at least show that off. Because why not, right? I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Let's see. Anything else that's like a good 35 minutes. We can do a few mega bonks. I like Peak. Don't get me wrong. I like Peak. But one round is usually like if we had like an hour and a half, Peak would be good. But infield, all right, let's do it. Infield. It is also my first. I wouldn't say it's my first gacha. My first gacha game that I've played was Nikkei, and then from Nikkei, I played it a little bit, and then it got really Goonerville. And then it's just like, it's not necessarily my thing. You know, I get it. Attractive, but a little too on the nose for me. And then I started getting into ZZZ because I loved the animations. I loved the animation style and the narrative style for ZZZ, and I still do. But then I just kind of like dropped off of it. I started focusing on other things more, and I didn't have time to do it. Tried to get into it, I liked it, but like other gacha, it lost me very fast. Yeah, I think it's just a different kind. It's like a different kind of like gameplay loop. And then Infield, not even on my radar. Like, no joke, not even on my radar. And then 2 days before release, they were like, oh, by the way, you know this is a factory builder, right? Me looking over at my 700 hours of Satisfactory. Factory building, you say? Well. You don't say. Oh, I also really funny. I started to get into Wuwa, because I saw my friends were showing off like the effects and like the VFX and the 3D models and stuff in that game is really cool in Wuwa, as well as and then it's also just kind of like has a bit of a animal creature capture mechanic to it that I really like as well. So I didn't get that far into building. Oh, I will show you. Let me show you, my friend. Hey, Bappy, welcome in. I'm just showing off my Arknights Endfield thing until hold on, wait for it. Where'd you go? I had you. Is it not this one? Is there another? Is it this one? No. I wonder if I have to have it selected. Why don't you want to capture? Heh. Huh. Well. Huh. What if I just do audio? Infield. Okay, so you hear it. I'm immediately going in a fight. Alright, well, can't have do this without scuff, I guess. Alright, so y'all are getting the game audio. So, I guess what I'll do is, hold on, I'm immediately spawned into a fight. Because of course I did. Alright, I'm just gonna switch this to, I'm just gonna switch this to screen capture, because whatever. just whatever, man. There you go, boom. Look at that, screen capture, holy crap, there it is. And then I'm gonna go ahead and cut off the music because there's stuff happening. Hello, this is Endfield. I'm in the middle of nowhere, but okay. Let's go to the hub. The hub here. So for those that don't know, Endfield is a gacha game with like factory mechanics, and what got me is the factory. Oh my god, I forgot that there's always a lag spike. Okay, it's fine. It's just loading everything. Guys, it's just loading. It's just loading everything. If I move this way, does it get any better? Is it better? Come on. Is it good? It's also a good sign that my factory damages the game. So, we want... Here it is. Look at this. Look at this factory. Look at the factory grow. Look at it. Yeah. So yeah, I like the factory aspect to it. And I am currently making, if we look at the AIC report, we are making 24 canned Citrome a minute, 18 buck capsules per minute, and 18 batteries per minute. This is, as far as I'm aware, the maximum amount of stuff that you could be making in this game per the usage that is available, like that you can even get from the environment. So every area has a certain amount of like resource nodes, etc. There isn't really any upgrading as far as and yes, I'm going to be talking about the factory mostly. I am sorry. If you're here for the beautiful gacha women and men, and you're just like, ooh, bunny girl, she's really cute. She is very cute. Like, honestly, though. Oh gosh, the encoding overload. Hold on. Everything is lagging. Let me see here. Let me see here. If I go to my options, can I? Yeah. All right. So we'll do medium. Is that better? Okay. All right. Are we okay now? Coding overload as soon as I get here. Hold on. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. We'll go to a different area. We'll go to a different area. Okay. Still causing issues. Damn. Well, this is the first time I'm trying to like stream it. So let's see here. Let's see. FPS, special effects. Okay, medium. I don't want to change it to low. Texture quality, medium. Is there anything else that I can like cut it down? Oh, let's. Can I like change down just like the items on the belts or something? You know what I mean? Where I'm just like, can I just do like a little bit of that? Everything's on medium, high, ambient details, high, low. Chromatic operation. What does that eat? What is that? Did nothing. That's nothing. What if I did this? Okay. Okay. The image enhancement is better. That did literally nothing. That did that's fine. Contact shadows. All right, let's do that. Is that better? Okay, it's a little better. Anyway, there are cute bunny girls and cute people. I like the character design overall. This one's the new one for this current season. Actually, let's switch this over to Endfield just in case. My favorite characters that I had were Alesh and Snowshine. Endfield. It's everything goes in all caps all the time though, because it's really because in order to get to like this mode, you have to hit caps lock. But yeah, no. So I'm gonna be raving about the factory stuff. So there's a certain amount of resources that you can get everywhere. You can't increase the amount that you can get from each node, except by leveling up the environment, which is influenced by you going around and just kind of like building things, repairing things, like just kind of affecting the environment in a positive way. And when you do that, the area levels up, and then with that you get to pull more materials, etc. So that's pretty neat. What I will say also, this is coming from a satisfactory person, so this is already, you know, whatever. The belts cannot be modified, and the speed of the belts cannot be modified. And from what I can tell at the very least is that the belts are always 30 units per minute. So, or it's it's like 1 second per 2 seconds or something. So 30 units per minute. And so anything beyond that, you need to split them accordingly. So like a good example is this guy that uses for every 2 minutes, it makes 3, right? Which means because everything's in the same speed, it kind of simplifies the math as far as for every one of the 1 per 2 seconds that it makes is another belt. And that's that. And then you have situations like this one where it's like it's 10 per 10 seconds. So it's double the amount than you think it's going to be. It's a whole thing. But what I really liked about this is the fact that you get to make the things that you need in order to like level up and stuff like that. Well, not level up, but like make the things that you need. I would really like to see them lean more into the factory of like, hey, let's say I need like to level up somebody's like I need to level up their abilities or something, right? If I'm just going here and I'm like, ooh, I want to level up this further, the only way to get like the Mama Dodo's kind of in the way. Ooh, I mean, never. Mama Dodo's never in the way. Mama Dodo, do you mind moving your big butt for a quick second? Yes, you do. You do have a big butt. I'm sorry to inform you. These things at the bottom right, you can't make any of these. You have to like, the combat's actually really nice too, honestly. It's pretty fun. I actually do like it. And what one thing I do like about it is that a lot of games that I've played, it's a lot of the like lower rarity people just kind of get left in the dust. Where it's just kind of like, why in the world? They're kind of like, you use them until you find someone better, and then you're just like, cool, I'll never use them again. Whereas in this one, the lower level ones just kind of work around the higher level ones. Kind of like, it's kind of like, what's a good way of putting it? If you play like Magic the Gathering, it's kind of like Commander, where you have like a 6-star, but they're your commander. They're the person that you build around, right? And the 4-stars are kind of like, they're less they're very good in a very specific kind of technique, but like type of way of fighting. So this one, she is not a 6-star, but is still, in my opinion, one of the strongest ones, and I have an electric team going on here, and it's been lots of fun playing them. This one, Leviathan, was the character for the first season that I got into it, which was last season, and yo boy did something that is very uncommon in these kind of games, and that is I've almost gotten 6 copies of her sword without putting money into the game. So I've gotten really lucky on the weapon pulls. Now what I will say is that everything's really like linked to you pulling for characters. You get currency for pulling for characters that here I'll even do just for y'all. I'll pull 1. Not like a 10, because I don't even have the 10 yet, but I'll pull for y'all. It is headhunting. So as you can see, Gilberta is the one currently here, and we already got her. Super great. And so I shouldn't be pulling this more, but I want to get the weapons for everything, so I've been pulling even though I don't have to. But here we can have, I'll just show you what it looks like. So we're just going to do 1 standard pull. Probably not going to get anything, but we're gonna see, right? So I like this, where it's like, oh, you can kind of see, ooh, 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 ooh. What do you mean we're overloading? How are we lagging on this screen? There's nothing happening. Are we pulling? And I love the space theme that is going along with it. It's so good looking. So we pulled 1, you know, nothing crazy. That's what I anticipated. I like waiting for 10 pulls. It just feels better. All right, so we got her, which is, she's really good on like a flame team, right? And then we get currency for pulling weapons, and then any duplicates that we get, we can exchange here. See how we can get a little bit more that you can then exchange to get additional items that you may need to like level up and stuff like that. So, and then also in the beginning of every season, you can buy extra tickets for that particular limited banner, right? So everything is linked to pulling, but you're not like a lot of things that I can like grind for currently are, and if we can kind of look here, are more like leveling up. They're like weapon progressions, crisis stuff, and like all that other kind of thing, which is fine. But I really wish this stuff, especially these 2 stuff. This stuff, okay, fine. The higher end leveling that you need to fight, fine. But like the basic level stuff here, in my humble opinion, should be factory. That should be I should be like, cool. I have like, oh, one cool thing that they did take a good thing out of Satisfactory as well. Well, it could have been Factorio as well. Blueprints, and yo boy has publicized his blueprints. All my blueprints are public. So yeah, so like it's one of those things where my friends are just like, oh, I have to redo my factory, and I'm like, you want my blueprint? Hey, you want my blueprint? Yeah, but yeah, that blueprint though. You may want mine. And it's very nice. So it's like, okay, cool. Let's say I need to upgrade. I need more material to level up my guys. I think it would be very good to just be like, cool. I'm just going to currently take down maybe one of the like health making factories, etc., and then put this instead. And you might be wondering, Idealist, why do you have that? Why are you making all these items? What does this even mean? Well, as far as because it's to sell. So I have like the capsule, the battery, and then the Citrome here. So right now, so then all I'm gonna do is this is the amount of money that they have. Funny enough, I'm gonna hit I think I'm gonna drain them of everything. I might have caught up. Well, let's see. Let's see if it is if I'm able to get every single possible dollar from them. Oh, hold on. We're almost there. Oh, could we deplete the whole thing? Oh, almost. So because we're so efficient with what we have, they're not even fully upgraded. They're not able to have enough money for me to like trade them with, right? So by tomorrow, capped off, right? So my gripe is every base, although may look a little different depending who they take their blueprints from, are trying to achieve the same thing. There's nothing really limiting beyond you be like, cool, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna go, like, I don't know what kind of blueprints. I go to system blueprints or shared blueprints that you can get from people who make them via like the content creators, etc. Hey Ratty, welcome in. I'm just showing off Enfield stuff in the while waiting for until Ella is ready for the collab. And I'm talking about, of course, even though it's a gacha game with lots of really cool fights and stuff, this isn't sponsored. This is just my personal opinion. Granted, is that should I should I rave about a game I'm not sponsoring? Yeah, it's fine. But all I care about is the factory. So I'm just raving being like, it's really, really good. And I really like the factory. I wish they would make it so that at the very least, more of the leveling and upgrade paths are in the factory versus just fighting. I'm in voice chat with friends right now, so I'm just popping in to say hi. Hey, thank you for stopping by. Always wonderful having you, Ratty. I hope you're having fun with your friends. Certainly, you know, we've been streaming all week, so so yeah, so glad you're having a good day so far. Yeah, no, so like but essentially every factory is essentially doing the same thing, which is get as many scripts as possible, and that's it. But I want to see where it's like, cool, I've run out of leveling like material. I'm going to scrap like this particular one, so I'm making 12 instead of 18 per minute, and then suddenly I think it's there. Nope. I think it's, I forget what rotation is. It's probably, oh, it says right there. Control R. Hee. Wipe this one, plop the leveling one down, let that go overnight, and then now we're good to go. Oh, it's also real time, so, which is really, really smart. So good on them for doing this. So the thing with like Satisfactory and stuff like that, unless you have an external like server that's running like behind the scenes, when you're not actively playing Satisfactory, your Satisfactory is not producing stuff, period. So I mean, there have been some times where I've left it on for hours so that it could catch up on stuff, but in this game it goes on regardless if you're on or not, which is so smart because it creates the desire of wanting to come back because everything will get filled up, without creating like a menu based like daily check-in nonsense that a lot of other games do. This is it's like a more, what's the word, it's not introverted, extroverted, it's internal reward system. It goes into that kind of mindset of like, oh, I don't want my factory to be filled up, I want to come back in order to make sure that doesn't get filled up. That is such a more natural way of going about it that doesn't feel bad, where I'm just, especially with my kind of brain, which I'm all about like efficiency and in the factory must grow mindset, where like I don't want that to happen. So I come back to like sell stuff, but I've kind of reached the end game now where there isn't really a goal in mind, and besides just like leveling other people up and just getting like the specific materials needed in order to level up. But what I want to do is pull on characters more so I can get the weapon dupes that I'm looking for and the weapons for the new character and stuff like that. But I literally don't, unless I spend money, I can't do that, and that feels a little blah. That's probably just might be like that's the gacha mindset. But I don't know. I'm not used to that kind of gameplay loop, so it's coming in from that particular perspective. I will want to show you real quick. There's a whole other region that they added that was surprising to everyone, really, because we were just like, oh, there's a whole, the first section has all this other thing, which is really, really cool. And what I will say with it is that this new region also has almost different crafting rules and stuff with this, which I found really fascinating. So now they introduce fluids. Now they added water, and being able to put the water into certain containers, and then you make injectors with different fluids and stuff like that. And I thought that was really, and then also the way that you kind of put things around the map. All right, have a good one, Ratty. Thank you for stopping by.
Hello.
Hey, Ella. How are you doing?
Hi, Dylan.
How are you?
So
good. Just letting you know that I am live.
Me too.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hello. Let me send you a knock.
Do you want to make our chats kiss? Is that
Yeah,
what we're gonna make our chats a little smooch.
Yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of a smooch, just a little. what is a little smooch between the collaborators?
Two chats. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, this is my first time someone's knocked on my door.
I'm sorry.
I know. I live a very solitary, lonely life. Just nothing. Mikey! Oh my god, hello, Bab! How are you? Who are we kissing? I mean, you're here now, girl.
It's well, if you have to ask, so you volunteered.
I'm raising my hand, and the kid in the back of the class shaking their hand, please let me kiss you, please. And the teacher's Leon. The teacher's Leon Kennedy.
So is it like one of those things where it's just I have a technique that always works on women? Please.
Yes. Please let me kiss you. Please, just one kiss. I'm begging. I'm on my knees. Oh god.
So you should have one in your inbox now.
Wow. I think I already accepted.
Did you?
Did it not? Wait.
I don't see you.
This wants to collaborate, and I said yes already. Just kidding, I clicked it this time.
Hell yeah! And then boop. Now kiss.
The shared chat.
Hey Zelda, how are you?
Zelda, may I briefly just do a quick hype? Today's Zelda's debut day.
Oh, that's right!
Stream day!
I'm so excited for you, Zelda.
Hype. You're doing great. I'm so proud of you. My little sprouts are growing up. Tears. I got tears. I think did it collab?
It
yes.
did.
Okay.
We're in. Oh, are you? There's one thing I do want to show you though. Would you mind looking at my stream real quick? Just real quick.
Yeah. Just for a moment. Yeah.
Just for a moment.
Twitch.tv. Wait. Oh, actually, how did I mess that up? Hold on. Don't look at me.
Don't tell me you're one of the people who Google in Google.
No. Maybe. Shh. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure your stream's muted so I don't get.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's me. Okay.
That's me. You had yourself unmuted?
I heard my own voice, so I had to mute it. Anyways, I'm here.
Gross.
I'm looking.
Look at the top left.
You. Can I curse?
Yes.
On your stream? You fucker. So fucking funny. I need this as my new Discord icon. I need this tattooed on my cheeks right now.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay. So one of the little projects that I have is wanting to make a warning for each of the people that I collaborate with. I made you the goon warning with your picture on there. But know that I am definitely open for feedback if you
No.
if you want to change it in any way, either via the image or the type of warning, let me know.
No, it's perfection. There is no comments, no changes necessary. That like genuinely brought a tear to my eye. That's so funny.
There's something about, I think it was funny, and then I turn it black and white, and then I just couldn't stop laughing.
That effect. It's like it gives me the same energy as like Wasted from Grand Theft Auto.
Oh,
I don't know
why. I kept thinking I kept thinking that it was like a Wanted poster, like goon.
Have you seen this?
Have you seen this
local gooner?
Local gooner at large, wanted dead or alive.
Oh my god! No, wait! Keep me alive! Don't do
alive,
that.
Alive, wanted alive.
No, wait, alive. Dead in game. Oh god, that is so. Did you tell them the what we were trying to do, or we keeping that a little on the hush hush?
As far no, I did tell them that what I wanted to do I wasn't able to do. At least today.
Is it okay if we share with my
chat?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
okay,
share it by all means.
I gotta hype up.
Yeah.
Idealist, the greatest in the game, one of my favorite people to collaborate with. Correct.
Oh god.
Yes. We're both horror loves. We love horror in general. Like we like the spooky game. And obviously he's like, hey, let's play RE5, and I'm like, of course. Me and Resident Evil go hand in hand. And he's like, well, actually, I have a surprise, but I don't know if it's gonna work, but we're gonna try it. And so Idealist is the fucking goat because he tried to set us up with mods that Chris Redfield would be replaced with a very, very buff Leon Kennedy, and we couldn't get it to work. We spent like an hour on it yesterday, and anyways, hopefully soon, we'll get that set up. But the fact that this man was like, we gotta get Ella more Leon is just true friendship. Appreciate you, homie.
Listen, I know what you want. I try to get that for you.
Leon, man. I'm gonna be a menace next week when that game comes out. Like you guys, I'm gonna take a day off of work. I
was gonna say you need you needed IT. You didn't call me. Listen, I'm gonna follow up with you, Larry, and we'll see if we can get that working.
If you know mods, dude, yeah, because he got some big old forearms and goddamn.
We tried everything that should have worked. It didn't work. So you know what? I'll meet up with you, Larry. We'll catch up.
Yeah, we're planning on beating this game. I think little increments. So multiple streams is our MO. But so yeah, there will definitely, hopefully in the future, it will replace Chris with Leon. But I'm gonna hydrate 1 sec.
No problem. Welcome in, Rob. Welcome in, Bappy. How are y'all? I don't know mods, I'm just very persistent and stubborn. Same. Actually same. Which is why I'm not giving up on this. I'm gonna make this happen one way or another.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Let me... Okay. I need to go
you need
live on Steam.
Yes.
Right? And then add you through that. Okay. Let me turn off my music, and then turn off this thing, and then open up the Steam.
Open up the Steam.
I'm very tempted to buy the deluxe edition of Resident Evil Requiem because Leon gets more outfits, and I'm like, but what if I want him in a coat? Let's be honest.
Why?
Clothes off option.
Why do I remember Leon in a maid outfit? In something
that is plastered over the internet the same way they gave him like a little tramp stamp. Have you seen that one?
That one's really funny. That one's really funny. It's great.
I am online, and then I'm booting up RE.
Okay.
Last time this was super loud, so I apologize in advance.
Well, you don't have it connected to the OBS yet, right?
No, exactly. Not yet. I haven't even switched.
Then they wouldn't even know. It would just be your ears.
Yeah, just me going, hi everyone, 1 second.
Ooh, yeah,
tried to
there's
talk over
definitely
it.
be a centipede warning. There's definitely gonna be violence. I'm just going through my easy reads now.
You just adding this to my little goon thing.
Yeah,
She's
you're
gonna be
first on
violent.
there.
She's gonna be. No, I love that you do that. I think that's super cool. Very
Thank
thoughtful.
you. I try.
Yeah, man, you gotta let people know. Also,
Well, it makes sense because it hit me when I was like start doing a like a horror stream, and I said it in the beginning, and then people come in later, and I'm like, they didn't get the warning. They didn't know. Like later on in the
yeah,
middle
I
of like, hey, there's some questionable stuff here. So then I
that
think it was probably
yes.
Outlast. If I had to say,
Oh,
Outlast 1 and 2 were like, hey, I need warnings for
hate
these
those
for
games.
people who just drop by.
Yeah,
And
there was surprise like everything in that. I did not have any idea.
yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, yes, the people who have these particular triggers or stuff like that, or accessibilities to do the research beforehand, but that's a lot of mental load to put on the person who's struggling with that kind of stuff versus like
Yeah.
if I'm putting it out there, I think there's a certain amount of responsibility one has to warn people like, hey, this has stuff like this.
Yes, I wish I did that for Mortuary Assistant, if I'm being honest. In my defense, I didn't know anything about Mortuary Assistant, so I was like, oh, ooh, this is a lot more than I thought.
Yeah,
But I think it's smart.
I think future games that I recommend to you, I'm going to tell you the warnings that I know about, so that way you know.
No,
Or
appreciate.
yeah, cool. Flat. Is there flash warning?
Ari,
I don't think
are you
so.
gonna respond?
Gore. Okay, definitely gore. That gore's definitely in there.
Resident Evil 5.
Resident Evil 5. I want one of those to
So
just
funny.
be different, just like
Just a different
just
take
a
on it, or
yeah, exactly. Where it's like just randomly different stuff.
hell yeah.
Okay, centipede.
I am
Violence.
going to fix two things before I set up
Okay.
audio.
Yes, of course. The 5 horsemen of the apocalypse: blood, gore, violence, cytopophobia, which is centipede, and goon.
Yeah. The last one's the best one.
The last one's my
And
favorite for no
goon.
particular reason.
The goon haunts you. That's my wife. Hi, Deck. Hi, Deck.
Hello, welcome in.
How are you? Dude, I get to spend tomorrow with Deck, and I'm so excited. She
Lucky
feels my
you.
soul. Yeah, I'm very lucky. Also, what the dicks? Hold on.
What?
It's fighting me. I gotta go back to the main screen. Remember how yesterday when we were trying the mods, you're like, that screen's really small, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know how to go back. Oh, there it is. I'm dumb.
All right, let's get rid of boop.
Oh
And
God, I'm
boop.
sorry to anyone who's listening
We're
to this
putting
right now.
together Resident Evil 5. And then it's just going to scream in my ear. But you know what? Ever since GTFO, compared to GTFO, there is no other entrance to a game that is like problematic comparatively. It like screams at you. It screams at you. Like actually screams at you when you log in. It's a fun game though. I do recommend it.
I think I know a few people who play that game. Hold on, my my game is going wild. She's going crazy on me right now. What?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're set. We're set, gamers. I'm about to go get lunch with Nez. If anyone want to pop and say hi, say hello to my two of my favorite people. Hello.
Yeah,
what are you getting for lunch? Say hi to Neza.
Yeah. What you planning on eating?
Yeah.
What kind of food?
They always get good food.
Hopefully it's good food.
The best food I ever get is with Deck. We always get something. Resident Evil 5. Okay.
Hell yeah. Oh, by the way, for people that do not know, we're pretty late into the week, but we're still doing a charity.
Yeah.
Week of trans love. Let me put it in the donate thing if you would like to participate. And also on my stream, I have a new infographic if you want more details about it. But yeah, it's for getting people who don't have access to gender affirming care into states that do have gender affirming care. Just getting people where they need to be, and that's really awesome. So, but don't worry if you can't spend money. Your time, attention, and just sharing it with other people will do a lot more than you think it does. Let's put it that way. A lot of people are just like, oh, I can't really give money. So it's like, well, you'd be surprised how little that is compared to like just putting it out there so people know about it. Does so much as far as help. So don't you worry. Okay, why aren't you?
I'm almost done setting up.
No, you're good. I'm trying to figure out why Noah won't want to start. It's not even starting.
It wouldn't load. I had reloaded it twice just off of Steam. So I was like, what going on? What happened?
Okay. It's like synchronizing cloud, but it doesn't want to synchronize? Why? Yeah, you like you like Sailor Moon Idealist.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
so
that's the theme that I chose for the charity was Sailor Moon. I still need to do the like transformed Mamadodo, which I will hopefully have done before, hopefully by Sunday.
Is that all the pink? They're like pink ribbons, or like what
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deck and I love Sailor Moon, so we're like, what?
Yes, listen. As long as y'all the Sailor Moon Knights or whatever y'all call yourselves are approve of the costume, then that makes all things better.
Honestly, as a Moonie,
a Moonie. Thank you. Okay, cool.
I got you.
Moonie.
Okay, I am finally set up.
Okay.
After all of that, I'm finally ready. Let me switch this and then
Sailor Scouts.
Korean barbecue.
Ooh.
Korean
barbecue.
Mizu, hi. I still need to watch. You ever watched Sailor Moon? Oh, buddy. Oh, pal, that show fucks.
Oh god, it breaks everything every time. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna go and then make it so that y'all can actually see and hear it, because that's important probably for stream. Okay.
Are we doing this on normal? Are we amateurs? Are we normal?
I say
veterans.
I say normal.
Okay. Mode for those who find reward through slight struggles. What's the other one?
Okay.
Mode for those who believe challenge breeds excellence. Mode for those who enjoy the journey. Okay, normal it is.
Okay, it's so small. Why are you small?
You can't just add somebody that, okay? Invite. We said attack reactions on, yes, because you thought funny.
I was thinking that, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Online invite only. Start game. Okay, whenever you're ready, I will press start, and then I think I send you an invite after. I'm afraid to press it. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Go ahead and shoot me an invite. Let's see.
Do I start the game or? Hold on. Let me see if I can just do it from Steam.
Okay, that's not there. I don't think you're online.
I was, and then here, I'm back online. Because Steam was being funky.
Okay,
It says everyone's offline on Steam.
No, I see people online, just not you.
Oh,
What do you go by again on Steam?
Ghost.
Okay.
That's fine. That's public knowledge.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. See, I see invite to watch, and it says you're offline. Okay.
It says you were last online 9 hours ago.
Me?
Let me. Yeah. It's all right. Nothing like some stream scuff before we get it going and started, right?
Right.
Let me.
Well, how about this? What if you hop into a restart Steam? Yeah.
I'm gonna try to start the game and then see if I can add him from there, and if not, I'll do the restart and task stream. Because the game session isn't even on yet, but if Steam is being funky, then there's only so much I can do.
I think...
Failed to create game session. Okay, yes, let me... Hold on. No bueno. No bueno. Okay. Did you know Jack in the Box has matcha lattes? No. Hard mode, you coward. Veteran.
Veteran? Nah.
Let's do this. Resident Evil 5. I'm gonna say that every time. I'm sorry. Wait, no, I don't want to see this. No, spoilers. Whoa, something happened to my computer. Y'all, if I disappear.
Oh, is it because it rearranged everything as soon as you opened the game?
Hold on. Yes, I'm just gonna go back to my. Here.
When you
okay, hold on.
For me, when I
We're
alt
set now.
tab,
We're fine.
Good. When I alt tab, it puts everything into one monitor, so it messes everything up.
Oh yeah, I just got a cloud error for Resident Evil 5, and now Steam isn't starting.
I also got a cloud error when I started.
I'm turning off all my Steam stuff.
So, unfortunately, I think it might be Steam.
Oh no, my VTuber's on Steam. I just disappeared.
Oh no. I wonder if they're doing a Steam update right now.
Huh. That would really suck.
That would, wouldn't it?
What if we didn't do this right now? Steam. Oh, hold on. We're gonna do this. Oh God, she's dead. No, she's not. Give me 2 seconds.
Guys, don't worry. I got this. I'm a paleomancer. Wait, you're not a dinosaur. No! No! I only do dinosaurs!
Okay.
But I'll try my best. Steam is down.
Okay.
No. No.
No!
No.
You know what, though?
What?
Yeah, Steam is down. Everyone's still offline. I just did a hard
It's almost
reset.
like she's still here.
No, look, I'm back. I'm here. I'm here. No.
So, anything
you guys
else?
Almost saw me
ahead.
without my clothes on. Then by that I mean like
What?
unedited version of the model,
Oh.
which has clothes on. It was a bad joke. Bad joke. This is what it looks like. Look, this is Ella without anything.
I gotta pull up your stream now.
Who is she? Who is she? Who is this? I don't know. Who is this? It ain't me. Yeah, so the Suica model starts with just like an all-white base. So this is what I see every time. And ooh, a ghost. So then I have obviously this version, and then I can switch back, and then I have my Halloween version. Oh, we got option. And I was working on a third version, but we'll get there. But yeah, so
hell yeah.
I'm hoping Steam comes back. Oh, it's back. Okay, hold on.
I do see you online now.
I know, it just popped up. Hell yeah. Okay. Please, Steam, I want to play game with friend.
Please.
Please, let me in. Let me in.
Please, 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 please.
Please let me kiss you. Please, 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 please.
Please, 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 please,
Killed me. That and the goon warning, just iconic. Like, even if Steam wasn't working and we didn't have a game to play, we would still make this work. It's
literally like, okay, so if this doesn't work, what can we do? Because I'm gonna use this time effectively, regardless.
Same. Let's see, because I think Resident Evil 5 is the reason why, because I was online, and then I opened up RE5. So here we go.
Okay.
Please work. Please.
I mean, I see you playing RE5 now.
Hell yeah, you're online now. It said
okay, cool.
hours ago. So
yeah. So I think the timing was literally to the second. I think that's what happened.
That's crazy. Resident Evil 5.
Oh, sister leveling is pretty funny, Valerian. I've seen it.
Valerian made me watch the first episode of it. Listen, man.
How do you feel? Tell me your thoughts.
Depro.
Step bro.
Those were my thoughts. Those were my thoughts. I saw enough, I think is the answer of it. I also want to watch Solo Leveling one day, eventually, maybe. So I'm like, if I don't want to, it's okay.
I think the read is better.
Yeah?
Personally, yeah.
I respect that.
And everything in the first season, they lose me on the second.
Okay. I heard there's some good animation in it, so that's what got me interested.
The animation is pretty good. There are ones where I would say if good animation is your poll, I would have recommendations over it. But
okay.
But
I respect it.
It's so I do like Solo Leveling, but again for only the first season because I really like the slow growth over time with it, and then it just kind of reaches a point where it's like, okay, now he's so powerful, now we need to raise the stakes super high, and that's when people lose me. Is like once you get to because I like the growth, the journey of growth aspect to things. Once you've achieved it, I'm just like, I'm good. The super power fantasy, I'm kind of like, it's fine.
There's a beautiful, very short, quick little watch called One Piece.
Yeah. I heard it's just it's like an easy
super
afternoon, you know?
Yeah, it's like a one sitting kind of show. But I think, how do I add you to this? I think we're red. No, I can invite you to watch. But I want to play.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting.
I can't buy my horseshoe crabs.
Why can't you buy your horseshoe crabs? Wait a minute. Let's see.
How do I add you to this? Why is this being so funky? There you are.
Wait, why can't you? Is it a thing on my end or
invite to game? No, I just didn't press the right thing. Listen, I'm not that good with the computer stuff. You should have gotten an invite, I think.
I did.
Yes, we're progging.
Switch to game session.
Okay. We're back. Opa.
Searching for game session to join.
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna accept. Oh, it went away. Why did it go away? Yes. Okay. Yay!
Let's go. Hello. I am ready.
How do I?
Your partner isn't ready yet. Wait, why do I get to dictate if I leave? There we go. Oh wait, hold on. You're right. I should probably.
You should probably equip gun.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right.
Now decline, because that would be funny. All right, this guy. Hold on, I'm gonna take some water and then I'm gonna start us.
Hell yeah. Start us up. Watch we go in. Now the mods start working.
that would be so amazing.
It's
I
like,
didn't
what?
open it on the launcher. Treasure.
No worries.
That is what you are. Wait, how do I get out of organize? Buy. Oh, we have no money. Okay.
Well, I figured we were coming in very, very poor. Now we get to see the cutscenes.
I love Organization 13 from Kingdom Hearts.
Sure.
Wait, have you never played Kingdom Hearts?
No.
Oh, buddy, that is my life. That was my youth. Did you know I record the vocals for this opening?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I try not to talk about it, you know, but you should know. Oh.
But I feel like Kingdom Hearts will just confuse me. Because it seems like a wild time.
One of the best things I've ever experienced in my life was Deku Moe came over to my house. We had a bunch of friends over, and she did a PowerPoint presentation. on
Oh.
the entire lore of Kingdom Hearts.
Hell
And
yeah.
it was like 3 hours long, if not longer, but it was so good. It's so good.
Yeah, I need that, honestly, just
I think she
as
did
like
it
a
on stream
preemptive.
once. Yes.
Hell yeah.
It was like Kingdom Hearts is how we became friends, so it's like very special to both of us. But oh, where are we now?
We're in the same place we were before.
I should have seen it
Is
coming.
that Wesker?
It didn't take long after
No,
the fall of the
that's
Umbrella
Chris.
Corporation.
Oh, Chris with
Bioweapons
glasses.
to end up
I
in
see
the
one
hands of
white man with
Yeah,
glasses. I'm like,
just
Wesker.
because he's a white man wearing glasses doesn't mean that he's Wesker.
Shifting the balance of power throughout the region.
He takes the glasses off and is like, "Oh, Chris," puts it back on. Wesker's there. Get him.
Whoa, Wesker!
Incident like Raccoon City was inevitable. As panic spread, governments of the world turned to the Global Pharmaceutical Consortium.
Ah,
which formed
classic.
The Anti-Terrorism Unit, BSAA. Operatives of the BSAA were sent to infiltrate and neutralize bioterrorist hotspots, restoring safety and
That's such an
stability
RE,
to
like,
various
car full
regions
of
around the
hubs.
globe.
I love this game. When was the last time you played this?
Over a decade.
Booty! Sorry.
I mean, the camera angle was right there. It was just like, hey, we want the first introduction to be her big butt.
Sheva.
Your reputation
Okay,
precedes
Chris,
you,
I
Mr.
see your
Redford.
arms.
It's an honor.
Just Chris, thanks. So you'll be accompanying me to the destination?
Yes. Tensions are running high ever since the change in government.
As they're like making the 3D model, they're like, more veins! More!
That's me. I'm
More!
pressing the more button. I'm like,
More!
yeah!
That's why I'm your
Let's get
partner.
more ass. Let's get more veins.
If there is more than 2%
about
body
this.
fat, you're fired! They're like,
You can't fly! Get out! More than 2%. That's generous. More than 1%, let's be honest. Jilvan. Oh no, my sister.
You
She's
okay?
dead.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I was thinking about my dead partner. They're like, what?
Sorry. I just saw your ass, but
Yeah.
Girth
Sorry.
Redfield is
Continue to
insane,
mount as the long
Mizu.
years I've struggled. More and more, I find myself wondering if it's all worth fighting for.
My guy, you
Maybe
just
one
met
day
her. Oh wait,
find
this is
out.
internal monologue. Okay,
Oh,
I was
wait,
gonna
I thought
say.
you were saying this out loud too.
I was like, my guy.
Whoa, don't touch her like that.
You don't have to get
Hey.
touchy.
That's what I just said.
Exactly.
Let's go.
There is one thing I do know. I have a job to do, and I'm gonna see it through.
I'm gonna see it through to the end, even if there's zombies. And it's like,
so
wait, what?
dorky. I love it. Even if there's zombies, this guy might be a problem in the future.
Or it's like,
for
I could
somebody.
I could take care of everything, except for zombies. That's the one thing I can't handle.
Mentally,
thing.
I check out every time. I shut down, man.
I have a phobia of them. I will freak out. All right. Oh, the sensitivity. Oh boy, hold on. Oh, sensitivity.
Ride around, baby, ride around.
Mouse sensitivity. We're gonna put this down to like a 3.
That, what is that under? Game?
Oh, okay. We're going down to 1. We're going down to 1. All right.
I'll do-
Oh, that's so. Oh, really? Okay, fine. 2.
Over and out.
I did 2. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's better.
Actually, I might have to 3 because if. Oh no, that's okay.
Hello
Alright.
there.
God,
Hello.
look at this beautiful, smart, intelligent woman.
Hey there, handsome.
Pretty. Big my arms are.
You are a gorilla wearing clothes.
My name is Girth. Nice to meet
My
you.
name is Kurt. Oh, did I? They don't. We don't like your kind around there.
You ain't welcome in these kind of parts. See what happens straight ahead? We beat people in the street.
They think we're insurance agents, which is why they're giving us those snarky looks. They're like, hey. Not the guy actively being beat in front of us? Okay.
Oh, man in a body bag.
Don't worry, I'm
Never
sure
mind.
it's fine. Listen, we're not here to judge other people's cultures. I don't know, like,
No, never.
hey, he found a machete and he won't stop talking about it. This guy right here.
We should.
Huh?
My.
Oh, sorry.
all
Did we
stop?
did we did we interrupt your was it like a birthday thing with like a piñata? When's the candy gonna come out?
Yeah, your pinata stopped moving.
Hey
Can
guys.
I look at that pinata?
Hey guys, do you open the bag to like?
Hello.
I like you walk through the group like some kind of Chad. I'm walking around the group.
Why is it the fonk walk? The like.
Oh yeah. The Chad,
Oh,
the aura
shift,
farming.
you
Oh,
can-
oh, okay. Oh,
shift,
oh.
Shift. Okay. Well, into cutscene. Shift into cutscene.
Yep.
What are those? Okay.
Oh, siren.
Hey, I need to play Silent Hill one day.
I also need to play Silent Hill one day.
We should play Silent Hill. Oh no, isn't it only one player? I was like, we should play it together.
Honestly, I'm gonna be straight up. You're always welcome to just be like a discontinued voice in the background as I play.
Background?
Yes, you could be a commentary in my background any day.
Goes both ways. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to actually.
I think it would be fun. Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm down. I heard Silent Hill 2 is like an incredible game, and I've been told I would. Well, I know I'd simp over Pyramid Head because he's in Dead by Daylight.
Well, I mean, he is a representation of like sexuality to a certain degree, so I feel like it checks out.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're all gone. They took the pinata.
Not the pinata, the candy!
No.
Chris, we need to go back. The candy.
But the butcher.
But the butcher.
I just
Candy
want a
Mountain.
big sack of meat.
But the Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Sorry.
It's in the butchery.
Oh. Who's talking to me? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it the meat? Who is?
Not the meat was talking to me for
Yeah.
like a split second. I was like,
Tom, is
huh.
that you? Tom,
is,
the flag steak?
Oh, that's what was in the pinata.
Hold on.
Flag
There's
steak. Shut up.
there's something on that's either blur or wobble. There's something happening that I'm just like moving around and I'm just like, what? Motion blur is
Take your time.
off.
I'm gonna
Overall
catch
split.
up on chat.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I need those. Where are you looking, Ella? Nowhere. Speaking of which, Ella was your birthday recently. You should get in that bag. I don't know.
Get in?
Also-
Oh.
Get.
I thought it was
get.
I thought it was get that bag, and I was just like, nice. I didn't think it was like, hey,
you're right.
get-
I did just start a
We
new
should-
job. You're right.
we should beat you with bats. Like that's a
Where'd
different.
everyone go?
That's different. All right, I don't see it. It's fine. I'll get used to it. Okay.
Also, Mizu, just for you specifically, I think I said this on my last stream. Pooch got a cameo for me for my birthday of Leon Kennedy's voice actor, and he actually said, "Where'd everyone go? Bingo, electronic. I heard you're a streamer," and I started crying like a little bitch. Oh, look at this man.
Ladies first.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Hi. My name's Chris.
I love
You
intro.
know what? I could see him on Grindr. Let's be honest. He
Oh, 100%.
definitely has a Grindr account.
100%. He can rock it.
Yeah, you gotta rock it. You know what I'm saying?
With those arms.
We should probably, yeah.
Yeah, they really roll out the red carpet for us Americans.
And they still do.
There's so many flies. My God, there's so many flies.
I don't think any of this is sanitary, bud. A case.
It's so unsanitary. They were talking earlier.
Oh, I got a health bar. You got a health bar.
We
Grab
both got
your
health bar.
We got to open up this.
Equip.
This. Ooh.
First aid spray.
The strap.
Oh,
thanks.
well. Well.
That's okay. How do I grab
Well.
these?
I don't think. I think that's it. I think. Yeah.
Do we just open them?
Oh, I could move stuff into your inventory. Can I take from yours? Hold on.
It
Hold
says I'm full. Can you friendly fire? I ain't trying to do that.
Oh, I can request it. That'd be funny.
I think we turned it on though.
Let's see.
I thought I turned
Yes.
it on for us.
You
Oh, it
have-
didn't do it again.
Oh no.
Oh.
But you are covered in blood now, so.
Am I? Oh, God damn, and not on my screen. Where?
Oh,
the-
it was a temporary thing. Gotcha. And I should probably not waste any more bullets. But you know what? It's still funny.
It's funny for content. How do I? Okay. Oh. Okay.
Can I, like-
this map? How did you do that? T?
right click on the mouse. Oh, you haven't. Oh, you hit E to equip. Oh, you click the handgun to equip
thank
it,
you. Quit.
and then.
What is with the I mean, she is fine. I'm not gonna complain about Titty and Ash shots. Leon! Oh my god, it's Leon! Oh my god! The mods work! The mods fucking work!
Oh my god, it is
Only the
working.
cutscenes- Oh my god. I almost just...
Why am I Laura Croft?
Ooh, bark, bark, bark!
Mostly
Ooh!
just rumors. Something
Oh
about
man,
visions
They're
of
not-
It's really hot in here all of a sudden.
Leon isn't for me, but it is for you. And Laura Croft is for me, and not for you.
I almost started barking. Are you Laura?
Is our only lead.
Oh my god.
Wait, is yours working?
And be careful.
Mine's working for Laura Croft, but not for yours. Because I probably
Mine's not
uninstalled it.
working for you either. I just see Leon.
Hey guys,
That's okay.
if
Oh,
anyone...
oh, it's working. Oh my god, I'm Leon. Oh my god. Oh.
Alright, and I'm Laura Croft. Okay, cool. So we know the mods work. The only reason it wasn't is because you needed to reach to this point in the game, and no one said anything about it.
Have I ever told you how
Oh.
much I value you as a friend?
You know what? It's
Oh,
just for you.
man.
And you know what this means, though? Anyone who wants to see both of these has to watch both of our streams
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
same
yeah.
time
Yeah.
in order to
Wait,
have
I'm
the
actually
true
looking at
experience.
your screen to see. I want to
Oh,
see. which
I
one
was
it is.
sitting here being like, is that Laura Croft? It didn't register. It's like,
Leon.
my guy, she's white
Ugh.
now. didn't
Wait a
click.
damn minute.
Didn't click.
Hold on. That's so funny. Oop, hold on. Why is this?
Oh
There we
my
go.
gosh.
I just want to see what she looks like on your screen. Wait, she looks great! Oh, goddamn, we do love a good Laura.
Yeah, listen, Laura
Wow.
Croft, beautiful, great, amazing. So I'm not gonna
Yes,
complain in the
she's
slightest.
wifey.
But look at the way
I-
she holds the gun. Oh no.
Oh no! Okay, okay.
Eh.
Hold on, I go back.
This is
I
like-
can't believe this worked.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe either. I
Oh.
was joking that it was just gonna work today. That's crazy.
You were literally like, it's just gonna happen.
It's just
and
gonna
then, lo
happen.
and behold,
Listen, that's
Oh.
just the story of my life. The more you let go, the more it happens. You know what I mean?
man.
All right.
The L in Leon stands for let go. Did I? God, look at his arms. Urgh! Okay, I gotta
Alright,
let it
cool.
out. I gotta get it.
No,
over.
it's okay. Listen, I have the warning for a reason. Like, you can do what you want. Like, the people have been warned.
They know. They were.
Literally the number
my
one on
God.
here.
Oh, that's so funny. That is so funny. Okay. Well, now we get to play the game.
All right,
I can't get
lead the
it
way.
actually worked. Follow me, Laura Croft. That's my Leon voice, by the way.
Remember, we're a team. Whatever
Thank you for
happens, stick together.
thanks for
Don't worry.
clarifying for me.
I may not be as big as you, but I,
got
can
you.
still hold
Oh
my
no,
Now
the
that-
pinata!
Oh,
Now that
oh
we're-
no,
sorry.
the pinata, the burb.
The bird. Oh, you got a scope on that thing. God damn.
My God, you have red sight. You have a red laser sight. Why the fuck
That's
don't
what I said. Yours has one too.
Oh,
That's what
I
I'm
don't.
saying.
I don't on mine,
Goddamn.
but you do on your. That's funny. Surely,
I-
you know, birds being infected by an unknown virus is a good thing.
Yeah, and
Hmm.
Oh, this is sad.
Oh,
Oh, this is sad.
Ooh. Skulls. Ooh. Okay. Hello.
Dude,
Someone has, you know, a particular aesthetic. They like, you know,
The
very
weights,
witchcore.
these are-
Yeah.
Oh, ew, okay. I thought they would do something.
You know what? I don't
Well,
think
we
witch is the
could-
right thing for that. Okay. Ooh.
Oh, that's the move. This is a dead end.
That is okay. All right. All right, we got this.
Can you open these? Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
All right.
Knock knock. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Hmm.
Aw, poor little guy. Why'd they do this to you? Oh. Whoa.
Oh.
What's coming out your? What is
Oh.
that? Is it a bag?
It looks
or is
like
that liquid.
this is what
Thank you.
microplastics is doing to us all. Replace all our organs with plastic.
Yeah. You're not wrong though. Okay.
Ooh, plant!
Oh, I found read document. The writing is erratic. All outsiders will receive the blade of punishment. We will bless them with a sacred death. We will release them from their bonds of wickedness. Okay.
A conveniently placed word crate. All right.
Is this a knife?
Ooh,
Am I holding
ooh.
a knife?
Yeah. Oh, no, that's not a knife. That's a machete.
You're holding a machete. Oh, plants, my beloved, I've missed you.
Oh, there's.
Gold?
Hell yeah. So we share gold, but items are individual, and then I think we can request items from each other.
Ooh,
At-
okay, hell yeah.
Because I saw it at the chest, or the item crate in the beginning.
Okay, okay.
Hello, hello.
Knock, knock.
Okay,
Oh.
that was a
Did
was
it
a
go
scream.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Shit.
can run.
God damn.
Open.
Knock, knock.
Oh,
How do
oh.
I ready? Oh, I have to also ready.
Yeah.
I see. Cool.
This door is. I need a big, strong man to open this door for me.
Ooh. If he only had veins on his muscles.
Yeah. Does he have veins on the muscles?
Is he a vein boy? Whoa.
Uh-oh.
I recognize the thing there. Oh, early pop. This is
So,
sensual.
That's my parents trying to get me to eat vegetables when I was young.
Eat your broccoli.
Pretty much.
Oh,
Oh.
you got a little freaky tongue though. Kinky, yeah. You're right, Illyrian.
Me when I eat pizza cheese.
I'm lactose intolerant too. Let's go.
I'm not lactose intolerant. It's specifically only pizza cheese.
Man, that. I think we've talked about this. Oh, this guy.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, good. Are you okay?
Oh,
Hey, are you good?
I think he's fine. No?
Sir?
What are you worried about?
Sir, are you alright? How many fingers am I holding up? Just kidding. I'm not holding up any fingers. Oh.
He said 4. Yo, I'm sorry. Is that it? Okay.
Stay down, sir! Stay on the
Oh,
ground!
he can...
Okay. Hey!
Okay.
What the hell just happened?
They didn't move like any zombies I've ever seen.
Well, first of all, they didn't even... Zombies. He didn't even... He... Okay. As far as we know, it's
Well,
Mania.
That's
There
true.
was
Well, I think
nothing...
RE1, he was like, oh, it was definitely zombies.
I don't know. I haven't
'Cause I
played
think
RE1.
Oh, yeah, you haven't played. Yeah, that's RE1. I think he did. Y'all sleep like this? Oh, this is cocaine, I think. What is this?
I mean, if I had giant
Oh.
bags of cocaine, I would also sleep on it. So, like...
I can only sleep on the comfort powder of drugs. Eyes! Oh! We got an outfit change redeem. Hello! Hold on, I gotta...
Does that mean you
gotta
can't
take
be
my
Leon
clothes off.
anymore?
No, I have to be Leon. That is not changing ever. There is no redeem amount of points in the world. Let me switch real quick. Eyes, hello. Beep, 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 beep. Hello! We're back to this.
I have a question. Is there a Leon VTuber model?
Oh, don't ask questions that you afraid to have the answer to, because I need to know. And suddenly, you guys, next time I stream, you never see this model ever again.
Yeah, you're just Leon from Resident
Forever
Evil.
Leon.
Forever.
I bet someone. I'd imagine they could take like the remaster of 4 model, and like do something with that. I mean, I'd be doing something with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm back. Okay.
Hey, we've been seeing you on the VTube studio for like the last 10 hours. Do you want to explain?
Yeah,
what you was like,
oh,
no. We were just working on some,
Don't-
working on some
Stream stuff,
parameters.
definitely.
You know, working on
Mhm.
like making, that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway,
I
time to
changed
jump
the
out this window.
model. Oh, goddamn. Oh, he superhero landed. Oh god, I'm so straight for this man. Okay. How do we? I think is this nope.
Nope.
Oh, there you are. Hi. Sorry.
Hi. No, I was also looking. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I love when this part happens, when the whole town shows up in Resident Evil and they're like, listen. Listen. Bam, bam, motherfucker. There's a practice range. Whoa! Ooh, I forgot they do that. Oh, I forgot they do that. Let's back up.
Yeah, let's move. Let's just
Shift.
let's just run.
Oh,
let's
we're
just
not
run.
supposed to fight them. Okay, okay.
I was gonna say my
Awesome.
hopefully I'm in there
Everything's
too. Okay, good.
I hope. Okay, thank God.
Hey.
Just shuts the door on you. Good luck.
We don't
Oh.
have any contingency
We gotta be
plans for
quick.
this situation, do we, Kirk?
I'm gonna go grab this.
Roger on the locals.
Hello.
Put your orders
Oh, that
What
How do
does
I
that
pick you up?
mean?
How do I pick you
Was
up?
HQ expecting this?
F.
Oh, F.
It says F on your screen.
It didn't pop up until you walked up.
Oh. I'll need Chris to help kick it in.
Devil! Hi, giant bags of cocaine is what I came in on. No surprises here. Welcome back.
All right.
Come
Ready?
on!
Come on!
Come on! Come on!
Let's kick it down.
Come on!
You don't want to hang out? Wow, there's a lot of skulls. And
You have less ammo than me, so there's handgun ammo here.
How do I, girl? Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh, there's some here too. You can
Oh,
have
okay.
that one then.
Perfect.
Perfect.
R is reload, by the way.
Are you medicated? Why haven't you slept, Ilarian? No bueno.
Yeah, treat your body better, or it will betray
For
you.
real. Take care of our friend. He just said BRB to go sleep. Whoa.
Oh.
Have you ever played Until
yes.
Dawn?
No, but I watched a gameplay of it.
Okay, that was the first game that got me into horror games, and for a split second, this reminded me of it.
There's no rats in Until Dawn.
No, like the emaciated bodies.
Oh!
That's what reminded me of that.
Oh yes, of
But
course.
There is at that end part, but if you haven't played Until Dawn, then I say nothing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No! No!
Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Are you good? Okay.
I'm oh, okay.
Are you good? Are you back?
I'm freezing on trying to pick up stuff.
Oh, hold on. All right. You're also okay now. Okay.
Okay, that plant is this room broken?
Okay,
Oh,
we're
no, I just couldn't pick up some
okay.
stuff.
All right. Yeah, it was specific things. All right, cool. Don't forget to reload before you. I don't think you don't lose ammo, so you're free to. Get over here!
Devil, thank you for the resub. 12 months, baby girl. You've been here since day one. I appreciate
Hell yeah.
it. I've officially been an affiliate for a year, which is crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Congratulations! Did you do something special for your affiliate anniversary? Or is this it?
This is it.
Hell yeah!
This is it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Congrats! Why didn't you say something earlier? Damn!
Oh. Hold on, they're playing sexy sax. There we go. Thank you. Nah, I'm here to hang out and vibe. I think my actual celebration anniversary is going to be when I play Resident Evil Requiem. That's what
Got you. Okay, all right. Then I won't.
Technically,
I won't hype it up.
yes. No, I appreciate you though. You're very sweetly.
I say
I
that
should've
knowing
given
full
you that
well.
ammo. I'm sorry.
No, no, you're good. Knowing full well that my last anniversary affiliate, I didn't plan on anything because I didn't think it was that big of a deal. So
What? It's a huge thing. It's exciting. You should be proud.
I should.
Oh.
I'm getting myself to convince myself that.
I'm convincing you that.
Sounds good. Oh no!
Oh,
They gave a zombie a megaphone.
I want his glasses.
You don't know what you're talking about! You can all go to hell!
You tell him.
Laura Croft,
This
it's
Saxon
okay.
part is grass. I love you, Devil. You're the greatest. Oh. Who's this?
Big axe.
Tall, dark, and handsome man in a mask.
Really?
They're cheering it.
Really? Points to the pig man. Really?
Yeah. How did he see us?
He's got eyes like a hawk, like a zombie.
Apparently, zombie hawk.
Zombie hawk. Oh no, they run! They've learned how to run.
I guess we're. Oh, we gotta push in these things. I think. Yeah.
Oh. Alright.
Oh. Got that one. Okay. Can I close this one? Is there anything to close on this one? No. Okay. Oh, the controls for this are so funky.
Oh.
Okay, they're trying to break through, but I think.
No. This is like shooting ducks, except they're zombies.
Oh, there's more bullets to the left
Oh,
of us.
perfect.
You see them? Okay. Well.
Okay.
Oh, they might come down through the ceiling.
What? Nah.
that broken hole out there. You don't think? Can I like study this?
Oh yeah, let's see. Can we get like an angle?
I know. That's what I was. Oh, here it goes. One of these guys got a bottle.
Oh, that guy's head exploded, and that guy's head exploded.
Oh, they're coming in.
Where?
Oh. I just got it. This one.
Okay.
Okay, we both only have 5 bullets left.
No, bad.
Kurt, come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed. We're trapped.
The locals are hostile, you don't
Right
say.
now.
You don't say.
Oh, there's more coming.
Did you hear that, Sheva? Help's on the way.
Got it.
Sheva. I like her name.
That's good. Oh, well, about the ceiling
I called it.
hole. We need to go. Never mind.
Oh. How do I turn around faster?
Huh,
How do I?
huh, twist kick. Let go.
Back up! Back up! I got arms.
No, I'm gonna break free. Thank you.
I broke my arm doing that.
Oh, I'm gonna break free. Hell
Push him
yeah.
off you. Oh, big boy!
Oh
Okay,
my
let's
god.
go. Just move it. Just move it. Oh, poor that thing. I have 2. I have 1 bullet and I'm bleeding.
All right, I'm gonna.
How do I?
No, bad.
I
I need to turn the sensitivity back up. Ooh.
How do, I know, me too. This guy. I see why it's up though. How do we get help?
I have some plants. Okay, he's down.
Man,
All right, I'm also now out. Okay, I found some bullets. Reload.
Oh, behind you.
Oh, no. Thank you.
I'm out of bullets. Oh no.
Oh boy.
How do I get to my inventory?
Oh boy. I need a dog. Run.
Carrying you on.
Run, girl. Run.
Run.
Laura Croft, this is the most dangerous thing you've ever done.
Laura, the
Ah!
over the Oh no.
Ooh. That's an explosive barrier if I've ever seen one. Woo. I'm gonna wait till they get close.
I'm glad you have bullets. Oh, Earth. Behind you. Behind you.
Take that. Yeah. Yeah. Twist kick. Twist kick. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Oh.
heal.
I'm dying. Thank you.
Oh, I healed us both.
There's just no end to them.
No
Twist
shit.
kick.
Kurt gets here.
Oh, they drop bullets. I'm gonna grab these.
Somersault. Roundhouse. Ugh.
I should have instead. Oh, this is so bad.
Oh, that's your body. Okay. Well, honestly, this is a good spot. Which is melee.
ID.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh, sick kick. Everything's fine.
Oh, pick up. Honestly, I would just melee.
Melee
This is actually pretty good. Ow. Twist kick. Roundhouse.
Whoa! She kicked me!
Incendiary grenade.
That was funny. Okay.
Cool.
I jump back.
Hey, what happened to the
Shot the
giant
guy.
dude? Yeah.
Oh, they're still here. There's a bottle from his face.
Ooh, handgun ammo. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Ah! No!
On my
Not
way!
my Leon!
No! Back! Get back, all of you! Get away from my Leon!
Riveting gameplay!
Yes, spam the melee button.
Honestly, we might have to do
Oh.
something. I got stabbed! Just,
Take that. Take this.
behind you!
Oh, well.
Fell off.
Oh.
Chris, Sheva, how you holding up?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well, actually.
Actually, we're doing okay.
We're
I'm
pretty
not
okay.
impressed.
Like, it's actually not bad.
Just stabbing him.
No, get back
he's
down.
Probably, oh, there he is. He can't get us. Okay. We're cooking.
I have an idea. Just make sure I don't die. Hold on. Let's see here.
Oh, hold on, I'm getting the guy behind you.
Where is keyboard mouse settings? No. Where's the? Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh.
Where are you? Where'd you go?
Ooh. Ooh. Going back to this island. I have an incendiary grenade. I just don't know how to open my inventory.
Do inventory either. I was trying to heal us earlier.
Why can't? Oh, ooh. Oh well.
Got it. Alright, coming back.
Oh, okay, cool. We did it. We did it. Yay!
We didn't have to fight the boss at all.
Oh wait, did I not switch it? Hold on, just in case. Resident Evil. Evil 5.
Oh. This seems safe.
Ooh. I
Just-
I alt tabbed at one point and then came back to an exploding helicopter.
Hell yeah. That's RE. There's helicopters. We defeated the first chapter.
Yay!
Oh, look at us.
Look at
us.
that.
We both got A's.
You have good accuracy.
Thank you. I played a lot of Resident Evil games.
Oh my god.
Listen, I'm in rare peak form because you got Leon to work. And I value you and your friendship. We also got money.
All right, so I got red and green.
Combine. If you combine 2 greens, it makes it stronger. If you do red and green, it's like a stronger heal. If you do red and green, I think it helps poison and heal. And then there's like one more.
Gotcha.
Did I get any treasure? No.
Because I thought red and green was full heal.
Maybe that's right. It's
Huh.
been a minute. Oh, they literally gave us only 900 money. We can't buy anything. All right. Well.
Hold on. Let's see here. I mean, you can sell stuff if you want.
Oh,
Buy.
we don't got that much. Blue is poison cure. No, I think maybe blue is the cure for poison.
Maybe.
I think that's right. I used to have a cheat sheet when I was playing RE1 to like remember which one was which, but it's okay.
We owe you one.
Hold on. I'm gonna. How did you get to? Oh, I'll have to wait.
It's almost time for Alpha Team to go in.
Yeah, okay, map isn't it?
Roger
Nope.
that.
That's that.
Map is
Ooh, I can
Come on.
whistle.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh, E. E is inventory. You know, E for inventory.
E inventory. I guess it is right next to W if you're using WASD.
There you
Whoa,
go.
I love the healing sound. Okay, so also C is that fast turnaround.
Yes,
like,
I did.
Auto will flip you.
Oh, right. I need to switch mouse settings to. I'm gonna stick with 3 for now. We'll see.
Okay, I'm just pressing all the buttons to see what happens. But
It's still a little wild, but
Come on.
look at this.
Come on. Come on.
You when you see Leon.
Come on. Come on.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
Start
E for inventory.
You start catcalling.
Inventory is so good. Yeah. Girl, I would be so disrespectful to this man.
I'd be so disrespectful to this man.
I would. I'm just being honest. Should we see if there's any like loot for us? Do you think?
Yeah, let's M for map, by the way. I don't know if it will show up or not, but there is a map.
Sometimes. I found a box.
Congrats.
Nope, no, not the. I thought it was a box that was a good box. And it was a surprise.
It's a bad box. At least it wasn't a bird
Yeah.
box.
Bird Box. I've heard of that movie.
I've also heard of that
I've
movie.
heard. Have you seen it?
No.
Me neither. I love horror, but I've seen like no horror movies.
We need
I'm
to-
working on it.
We need to watch horror movies then.
Yes,
Because I often like set up like horror, not even just movie nights every once in a while, for
Sign me
like
up.
friends to join in. So
Sign me up,
we should definitely.
please.
that.
My mom knows I like scary, spooky stuff, so
Mhm.
she actually got me a scratch off like of the 100. What does it say? It's 100 of the best horror films in the last century. So
Oh.
each year is like the best horror film of the year. So I've been using that to be like, all right, if I need to catch up on horror movies, what do I watch? And it's actually there's been some really good recommendations on it.
What's been your
So
favorite
I
so
like-
far?
You know what? Hereditary. That movie.
Hereditary is one of those ones where I need to watch it again because I feel like I missed
Ooh.
things with it because I ended and I'm just like, okay. I mean, I guess like it felt so lackluster, but everyone and
Yeah.
their mom raves about it, and I'm just like, I feel like I missed a lot.
I respect it. Oh. I jumped out the
Hey,
window.
you good?
I think. Yeah.
You
everything's
good
fine.
down there?
The best film that wasn't on that list and should be on that list for me was Parasite. I fucking love that film.
Ooh, I love Parasite. Parasite's the one where the people living in the home and they didn't know,
Yes.
right? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, the one
Freaky.
scene where he's like smiling and walking up the area was
Nightmares.
crazy. That one was when I was just like, oh no. that
No,
one.
like,
I was
it
all
was, like-
aboard.
Do you have a favorite horror movie? Oh, how'd you get?
Keep going where you're going. I believe in you.
How do I live without
Go
you?
turn left and you're good to go.
Okay, horror film.
Leon has object permanence issues. Like as soon as
Me too,
oh, they
Leon.
disappeared. They
Okay,
disappeared.
where'd she go? Oh, okay, I'm okay now.
My favorite, honestly, you played Dead Space, right?
Oh yeah. Love that
Did
game.
you know that they made an animated movie of Dead Space?
I watched it actually.
I'm so excited for
Yes.
you. I've seen that's the movie that I've seen
It's so good.
like no joke 8 times.
Really?
so-
Okay.
yeah.
Wait, there was an animated, is it a movie or short film? I'll have to check after this, but I have watched an animated Deep Space and it was crazy good.
Ooh, Deep Space? Ooh, I haven't seen
Nope,
that
Dead
one.
Space.
Dead Space. Yeah. There's 2 Dead Space ones where there's one that was like a feature-long movie, and then there's another one that was like a combination of 4 short ones.
Maybe
Animations?
That's what I saw.
Yeah. Which was not as good, but still good.
Okay, maybe we'll have to watch the movie because. Do you want this? Do you want that ammo? You can have it.
Yeah. I'll take it.
We're equal. I'll just take the next one.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Okay, then we'll definitely have to watch it.
I'm a sucker for the Alien movies. I love The Thing. Remake
just
and
watched
old.
that for the first time ever this
Ooh.
Halloween.
Hell
it was
yeah.
So good.
Yeah, very
was
good.
freaky
Was
good.
it was the original or
The original.
the remake?
The original.
Remake holds up.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, I really do like it. Like, don't get me wrong, the effects of the original is crazy good for when it came out.
Yeah, I love practical effects. I used to work in the movie industry, so like I love that kind of shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Meowie! Subscribe for 12 months. It's our anniversary, and our child is 3 months old. And here you are, playing video games. Where are my child support checks? I gotta go, guys. I'm stealing Leon Kennedy, and I gotta go. Also, Biawi, we got it to work.
Yeah, listen.
He's
Oh.
Laura Croft on his screen, and I'm Leon on mine. This poor lady.
Anyway.
Anyways, so the thing.
Anyway,
the thing.
The thing about the thing. Yeah, the remake is really good, and the remake is a prequel.
Oh.
You shoot them. I'm just gonna.
Smack him.
Uh-oh.
Smack
That
my
person just got
character.
dragged by the hair. That's unfortunate.
Ooh, the hair. I turned around and missed it entirely.
Alpha team, come in.
I'm gonna break this barrel.
Oh. You know what? Hit, ha-ya! Hit, ha, hit, ha, hey, ha, hit, ha, hoo. Ha, hey, hoo,
Link?
hit,
Link, is
hey,
that you?
ha, hit, ha, hoo, hit, ha, hit, hoo, hit, ha,
Get me.
hit, hoo,
Kick it.
hit, ha,
Swing
hit,
it.
hoo, hit, hit, twist kick.
Ha! Huh. Hyrule! Hyrule!
I hear you
Zelda.
hitting things over there.
Zelda! Hyrule! Yeah. Huh. I played only one Lord of the Rings. This man will not die! There we go. Defeat 5 enemies with a knife. I got an achievement. Oh, and he gave me a plant. Thanks.
Nope, you ain't going nowhere.
Is there friendly fire? Yes, there is. She's a ghost. Yeah.
Ooh.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Okay. Oh yeah, I forget.
I'm just
Oh,
looting.
I almost shot you. No.
Just because you're afraid of women doesn't mean you get to shoot me.
Pretty ladies scare me, okay?
Am I a pretty girl?
Yes. Hello.
You're beautiful.
Whoa, sick kick.
Thank you.
Got the moves.
You do punch people into outer space, which is pretty neat.
How do you? Oh, I guess it has to be prompted, huh?
Yeah, I think you stun them by shooting in the face, and then maybe you could follow up. Let's see. Let's test it. Well, never
No,
mind.
pressing the wrong button. Okay. Well,
Never.
I'm-
Well,
you might be
I
right.
was gonna, try to melee that, but one and done.
You know, sometimes that's.
Hey,
that's okay.
do you mind, sir?
He's
Okay.
fine. He's fine.
He's all talk.
Me too.
And I'm also a zombie. Arrgh.
Ah!
Grr, grr.
Making my way downtown. I'm Leon, smacking this guy. And he's down.
Me slicing his butt. Do 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 do
Get his-
do.
get his
Adding
cheeks,
another
get
crack.
his
Do do do
cheeks.
do do do.
And there's a third one.
Dun, 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 dun. And then the
now
fourth
I
one too.
wonder if he would die, we could keep going. That's
I like the
a
idea
thing.
of us slashing zombies, and that's the song playing in the background.
Yeah. Da-na-na-na-na-na. And I kill you. Alright. Look at these persimmons. Aw.
Huh, bam!
Oh. Kick it.
We're a team.
The Terry Crews version, though. Yes, exactly.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's go back real quick. I saw a thing back here. I got caught up in conversation.
My song.
Um,
My bad.
it was no. That's not a negative thing. Where was it? It was back where we were. There was a ladder that we could climb up because they had me
Oh, it
look
was
and
right
saw
here.
a key.
I saw it on the ground. It was this one. This one.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Nice.
And then now I go across. And then I jump.
Big jump.
Big jump. And then I got a hand grenade. Man, I have all the grenades. And a machine gun ammo.
Tee-hee. Tee-hee.
Tee-hee. Okay.
Oh, ladies.
Old building key.
Oh,
There we go. That's what I wanted. You good down there?
yeah. Yeah. Everything is fine. Oh, stomp, stomp. I
You-
just did like a.
You
what is it
stay
called?
away from my man.
Wrestling move. What are they called? Drop kicks,
drop kick, somersaults, pile
No,
driver.
I just, like, pile driver. Thank you. I just like destroyed this man. It was amazing.
Hell yeah.
Meet a Leon later. Also, for context, everyone that's coming in, Idealist managed to figure out how to mod this game, so instead of Chris Redfield, I can play as Leon, and I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, I'm
I
glad
didn't think
that
it was gonna work.
I'm glad that we did it on your end yesterday, so
I'm
that
glad
you're
we
able
did
to.
too. It worked out because I was like low key stressing. I'm like, I gotta get to raid. I
Why
really
did
want this
no
to work.
one say, "Oh, by the way, make sure to go to this point in the story for the mods to
No,
kick in"?
we've
Not a
read so
single
many
one.
things trying to figure it out. And no one's like, well, actually, just play the game. Oh, is this the key you have? Oh no, it's locked from the inside.
It's locked from the
You
inside.
tried to.
I do it. It somehow works. It's like the
does-
mom thing where they're just like, "There's nothing here." It's like it's right there, and it like summons it from the other void.
I mean, oh, see, now we can get in. Ooh, shotgun shells. Do you like shotguns?
I mean, we don't have shotguns yet, so pick up any ammo that you have.
Oh, okay.
Or
I guess
you
we
have
could share
available.
later on too.
Yeah. How did you get in?
That door. I'm the greatest.
How did you?
Here,
Even
I'm
get in
unlocking
there?
that front door. That door that we couldn't do.
Yeah. How did you? Okay.
Here you go.
Hi.
Ladies, after you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You just want to look at my butt.
Yeah, it's thick.
He's like,
Rosie
"Yeah."
says I did not notice the goon warning against Ella. It fucking killed. I like, genuinely, that brought a tear to my eye.
It's so
I
funny.
saw that on his stream. It made me laugh. Good job. Who does a better backflip? Abita. Abita does. She's the greatest.
All right, we got a first aid spray.
Oh, we gotta show Devil the Leon
Oh.
backflip from 4.
Take this and this. Take this.
Idealist has seen the greatest backflip in all of gaming. Leon does the greatest, craziest backflip in Resident Evil 4. I wish.
Nope.
So good.
No. Back. Back. Back.
Ghost
Back,
confetti
back.
vibe.
Back.
What
Back.
if she does? There we go.
You really showed
okay,
that bookshelf what's up. Oh, God.
But
All right. All right,
hold on, I
Isaac,
think
calm
this is
down.
yeah, for real though. Man, those boots in Dead Space are crazy that he wears.
Right. I got an antique
Okay.
clock.
Lucky. What are you gonna do to tell the time?
What are you
Oh,
gonna do with
found a
that-
chest.
Yeah. All right, nothing up here.
I think we dropped down.
Yeah, I guess we dropped down. Whee! Timing.
Synchronized drop in.
Listen, if you're not synchronized dropping, then are you even playing co-op?
Are you even really friends? At that
You're
point?
right.
Like,
Exactly.
real. I think do we explode these barrels?
No, I think we go here.
Rico Goals! Hello, welcome in.
I need your help to kick open this door instead of opening it.
Rosie. I'm gonna synchronize, open that door. Friendship.
Synchronized kick.
Synchronize, cool. Blonde
Synchronized
lady that needs
kiss.
help. We love damsels that are distressed.
She's the one who got pulled earlier.
I see. I missed that.
Hmm.
Okay, well, let's go save the token white woman.
That's true. There's only one white woman in this story, and that's
Laura
Laura
Croft.
Croft.
Yes. That was upstairs. Yeah.
It was nothing
The
down
door is
here.
open.
Oh wait,
Nothing
hold on.
bad could- Oops. Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I did see on the map that there. Hopefully, we'll be able to come back outside. Okay.
Oh.
Hey, my guy.
That's me falling into Leon's arms.
Oh no! I feel so dizzy. Catch me, please.
Leon, oh no! I suddenly. Oh please, bite those arms. That's what I would do right there.
Okay.
Uh oh, I was joking.
Oh.
Joking!
Oh. Oh no! The fingers.
Whoa!
Oh, classic white woman.
Classic white woman. Back up from these. Ooh.
All right.
She's having a crazy hair day.
Hey, can you go down, please? Hey, can you go down, please? Whew.
Got her. Nice.
Roundhouse kick. Oh well.
She kicked me too.
Impale.
Impale. Oh, hello. My health!
Ooh! Oh, that was a hell cool kick.
Rarities.
Damn. All right.
Hello. Goodbye.
Hello. How are you? Ah!
Oh, you need help! I'm sorry. I was looking
I'm good.
around at anything but you.
Oh, are you? Sir, are you okay? Well, I'm just gonna slash you until you die, I guess.
Okay.
Are you? Is he?
Well, let's. Do you want to explore in here before we leave?
You're not moving on my screen. This guy isn't moving on my screen, so I'm gonna wait a second.
Okay. You're just kind of turning in place. Nope. Now you stop moving.
Am I moving
walking?
around on your screen?
Yeah, you're walking forward.
Okay, nothing's happening on mine. So I'm gonna go back
Okay.
down.
I'm gonna follow you to protect you, just in case you don't see enemies.
Okay,
Do you see this guy with the shovel?
I do.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna
Maybe
use
we
the
go
key.
through a
Oh,
door.
okay, cool. You're good now. All right.
Okay.
There's a guy behind you.
Maybe it's just a little lag.
Oh, that guy appeared out of nowhere.
Okay. Yeah. Let's.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Well, I'm gonna use the key here.
Okay, I got you.
This is where what we found earlier. Let's see. Check it out.
He's just walking in circles. Okay,
Hiya!
and he's taking no damage, but I am. That's not cool.
No!
Loot, loot, loot.
Where are you?
I'm up top. Trying to help you.
Thank you.
Instead of doing the story, I thought I'd see the day electronic. Listen. I'm trying to help. This guy's just spinning in a circle.
Oh, there's no guy on my screen. All right.
Oh.
Let's go into this location.
I'm coming into this
Ooh, shotgun!
one. Shotgun on the wall, and you're too late. Gotta.
Did you also
go
get shotgun?
Save the game. No. But I have shells for you. Give. There you
Hell
go.
yeah. Thank you. In that
I'm
case, let's see here. Oh, perfect. In that case, I'm give. There's another healing thing for you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
You're
gonna
full.
give you a hand grenade. Don't spend it all in one place.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for the
Never
bits,
regret this, I
Dragon.
promise. Hell yeah.
Also got machine gun ammo, so I'll take shotgun if you want the machine gun when we get it later.
I would
Oh.
be honored.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Can I just like,
Reload.
is there like a quick button? I don't know if there's a, I think I have to physically go in and like,
to do it.
and switch between the two.
Oh, if you hold Q, it focuses on your partner. You see that like glowing?
Wee, woo.
Hell yeah.
I spin
Thank
me
you for the
right
bits,
round, baby, right round,
Right
round,
round.
Okay, sorry.
Round, round. Leon, you're
Okay.
on mine next Friday. I know Resident Evil Requiem comes out. I'm so excited. We even modded Chris Redfield and RE5 to look like Leon today. So, you know, we live in our dream, live in our
Hell
best
yeah.
life.
No, I'm very excited for you.
Listen.
The only thing that I know about it is they showed the reason why the safe spaces are safe spaces in the game, which is pretty cool.
Oh, I know nothing besides Father Leon. And that's okay. I'm staying spoiler free. I think we came from this way.
Did
I'm
we?
gonna go back.
Yeah, we
Yes.
did. You're right. You know, I guess if there's ever someone who know where we came from, it would be you. So I'm happy to hear that.
Maybe. I'm gonna go.
All right, up we go.
Synchronized
Hey, there's a
phenomenon.
guy with an axe here.
He just keeps spinning. Oh, over here on the roof. There is
He is
no
not
man
responding. Well, he's not responding to me, so it's fine.
there. The other guy is just spinning around in a circle on the ground, so we might just be in a glitched area.
We might be a little bit desynced, just
It
a
might be
just a little bit of a little.
A little bit of that thing.
They're called safe spaces, idealists. So true. All right, so we need to go.
Maybe in through the house again?
No, I think we need to go this way. No, I think you're. I think you're right.
In the house.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah.
Go up through here. Yeah.
Right, but I mean in-game lore, you know?
Oh, I found
What?
it. Yeah.
Perfect.
Is there something we could break?
There probably
Yeah.
is.
You need these.
I do need these. Thank you.
Should check and hydrate. Ooh, thank you. Hold on. Sit up.
The
I was
intellectual impairment disorder.
shrimping a little bit. Not gonna lie. Hydrate before you die.
Unidentified hostile. Then identify them promptly.
Roger that.
Promptly.
Hello. I'm gonna hit you with knives. 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 Ooh, ow.
Wait, can I?
Ooh, boy.
Watch out.
Ooh, good job. Good job.
Yay!
Way to
I
use your
did.
tools.
You gave that to me. So in a way, we did it together. All right.
Sure.
Oh, shotgun. That's for you. I'm gonna take handgun.
Okay. I'm gonna start using the shotgun more now.
I got an achievement for killing 3 people
Good job.
with a grenade. If you want achievements. Not idealist with directional impairment disorder too. No. Hey, for context, Meowie, he's so directionally impaired.
Gotcha.
Sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes.
Hold on. Let's see here.
Handgun, shotgun.
Hell yeah.
What,
All right.
more shotgun here for you?
Oh, perfect. I opened this wave with the shotgun. So I'll take it.
Ellie and Arya, until next Friday, get ready for goddamn Rios! Goddamn the bonk! Don't bonk me, first off. Big bada boom, say it. Say it out loud.
Say it with your chest.
Full titties out. I am the goon.
Okay, so what was the point of that? We're back to where we were.
I think we just go back. Don't know why.
Why? Alright, well,
Man.
sure. Why not?
When did this game come out? It's been a minute. Oh, here. I think the scary no red door might be it.
Probably.
Thanks
Next
for the
chapter.
bonk.
Thanks for the bonk.
I have sound alerts and 3 cuckoos bonked me.
Oh.
Ow, cutscene. Screaming.
Ah, yes. That's
Oh!
usually a good sign. Especially the fading out zoom of
The stairwell.
exactly.
That was funny. I don't
Freeze!
think anything bad could ever happen in here. Maps can be difficult for real.
I feel-
2008? This game. Oh, I'm stuck, bro. Okay.
This game came out while I was still in high school.
I respect that.
Hello, rats. Good thing I don't need to shoot you.
Yet. There used to be an
Yet.
achievement. Oh, I found a stairway out.
Oh, hold on. Let's see. Anything on the
Yeah.
skinamajig? Well, I mean, it looks like there
so.
is.
Oh, dicks! That scared me, Zelda.
You
Right.
good? Oh, was it
Yeah, she used one of my jump scare redeems, and it actually got me.
Gotcha.
I felt cheeks were
Well,
clenched. dude.
we
That's all I
are
got.
in a place that looks like you will get like tetanus by breathing in here.
Oh, that it was just. Have you ever heard that screaming sheep?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
that's what she did right as I turned. It just, whew, everything's fine.
Wait,
We're
is
gonna
this
go-
is the screaming sheep the scream with the shit? What song was it?
Oh.
The screaming
Yes.
goat song?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
That one.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Sometimes you're just really
Just-
tired, you know? Sometimes
Yeah,
you're just
I'm just
so
I take
that's
a
such
nap.
a
I
mood.
take a nap right here.
you don't even get to your bed, you just lay on
Clown.
the ground and just
Scary.
like covered in blood. Let's see what else is
in
around
my
here.
military gear that I wear to bed every night. Yeah, that's
There's
exactly what I do.
There's nothing
Money,
we can do
money,
for them.
money.
We don't want to like, I don't know, destroy the brain.
Investigate. He's from the Alpha team, but he's already dead. Okay, that was my
Well, I hear zombies, but I don't see zombies. Can you
You-
find the zombies? Is it over here? And the zombie's just like clawing at the window. What about over here?
I think it's the ooing, gooing stuff dripping from the walls. That must be the zombie. What is
yeah,
this stolen valor talk? Listen, isn't that a movie? Oh, knockdown.
Hiya!
Okay.
So a little bit of
you can knock
gold.
down ladders. That's kind of cool.
Ah, good to
Follow us.
know. Good thing we don't need
Oh,
to
I
go
found
up here again.
Another man.
Oh? Are
Well,
you
look up.
already looking at other men?
Never! Leon
For
number one.
shame.
Leon number one.
I found gold!
Gold! Oh, shmoney. Hello.
I'm out here making bank, alright? Calm down. Get in the
Somebody
kitchen.
has to take care of this household.
And I say get in the kitchen strictly to Leon, not to Ella.
Correct. That's where the maid outfit comes from for him.
Oh yes, definitely. You can't be in the kitchen doing dishes not in a maid outfit.
Balding white man dying on the floor.
Oh, I love that song. Top 10.
Number one hit, man.
Yeah, number one hit. It was it was wild, but you know.
You got away. Was a setup.
Oh.
My God.
No. He just hands
Please.
you a grenade. Now
This
it's
is-
your turn.
This is my computer drive. Destroy it before my family sees it.
No. Dude, there's so much hentai on here.
Oh God.
Oh, you gotta get it.
My hit album, Balding Dying Guy.
You were singing it just earlier.
Hey,
I-
hang in there.
You knew it. My dreams came true.
Proceeds to break it. It's like, oh well, oh no, they didn't get to it. I guess I have to make it and get a lot of money.
Saw someone.
And then Leon becomes a
they
pop
ran
star by singing this man's songs. What is with the ass shots? I'm not
The
complaining.
ass shot with the
Goddamn
Laura
Resident
Croft
Evil.
is fucking wild.
So good.
We got the data. The Alpha team
I
is
suffer
down.
more from not being able to
We
jump
got
without
away.
falling every time I fall in good. Also, fuck jump puzzles. No, I love jump puzzles.
Oh,
Copy that.
Lore. Plot.
he's so wide.
He really is. I was just thinking his titties be tittying. Like, goddamn.
Give him. We'll look for a mod next time that just adds jiggle physics to Leon.
Speaking of jiggle physics, this guy looks like he's doing something over here.
What are you?
God.
What are you doing? Oh.
Do you not see this guy's leg, like, freaking out?
Oh yeah, it is. No, he just has he drank
Restless leg
coffee.
syndrome?
Yeah, he has restless
Oh, yeah,
leg
yeah.
syndrome.
I like it. Oh, can I investigate, ball man? Investigate. Oh, ha. We'll take this, thank you.
Wow. The man's
Wow.
body isn't even cold yet, and you didn't, and you already looted the corpse.
Listen.
Literally did like I bet you he's just like still like moving around, just in pain, just like ugh, and you're just like
his last
digging
breaths,
through his
and I'm like,
pockets,
hey, can I have this? You don't need this anymore, right?
going
Yeah.
through his wallet, throwing the cards out, just like
Throwing
grabbing
out
the
pictures of his
cash.
like wife. You
Yeah.
don't need this anymore. But she's gonna be single now.
Or
right?
or even worse, you pocket the picture.
Like,
keeping this
which
for
one's your house key?
later.
No reason. I'm just gonna check on your wife. Make sure she's okay.
Yeah. No. We need to. I need to talk to your wife.
Talk.
Yeah, talk to your wife.
Talk to your wife. Money. Oh, we went down an elevator.
Well, there is
shaft,
egg.
You're gone.
Egg. How you doing, Growly? Ooh.
Egg.
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 You look like you're not dead. You don't.
I'm
You can't
gonna
fool
stump
me.
You. F. Another body. Damn it. Something survivors. Are there no survivors?
Are there no survivors?
This guy looks scary at the end, and I don't.
It's
trust
locked. I
him.
need a key. Maybe because there's a giant keyhole next to it. That would do it.
That would do it. Would you like this handgun? I know you're shotgunning it, but I'm up to like 40.
You are. Yeah. You are very handgunning it currently.
Meowie! Tell my wife I love her. Leon, how about I show her? So good. That's so good. Iconic. Ooh, I think Ella I forgot I have that channel redeemed. It's been a minute. Oh, cutscene. Wow, look at that.
Oh no. So what accent are you doing?
None. Nothing.
Mm.
None
You've been. It's been redeemed.
No, it hasn't. Thankfully, it was just mentioned, but it's.
Oh. Oh man, it would be crazy if someone redeemed it.
Nah. They already did outfit change. What more do they want from me?
Oh, handgun. If you want more.
Yeah. 44. Also, there's stuff on this side.
Yeah.
Also, I have a feeling we're gonna have to shoot these later. These giant red.
What makes you say that?
Investigate.
What makes
Yeah,
you think that this will
cylinders.
explode?
Oh, maybe they just get knocked over. How do I knock
Oh.
it? Nope. Nope. California accent, bro. There's no accent there. Everything's fine.
I like I like this, the direction of the California accent you went. Instead of Valley Girl, you went Surfer Dude.
I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy, and the current fight we're doing for the raid is like 2 surfer bros, and all they say is, "Let's do it together, bro." And we call them the Blowjob Brothers. It's great. I love
Oh no, those are the guys in Outlast. Oh, by the way, I pulled the thing.
Yeah. Oh, well, nothing bad can happen. Oh, wait, let me in.
I don't think you want to be in there.
Oh.
Something tells me you might want to. Yeah.
Oh. Well.
Hey, why is this here?
You know.
Yeah, why don't you go check it out? Why don't you go check
No.
go stand near the switch.
No. I have a feeling we're gonna have to. Oh, you scared me.
Huh?
Nothing. I didn't know.
Oh, you just saw like a person on the other end just
yeah,
like
I got
rocking.
scared.
Don't you dare get up.
Something
Don't you
bad
dare
is
get up.
happening. Something terrible and bad. It's a bedtime because it's a cutscene and we're gonna have to lure someone into that thing.
Oh.
Okay. Cool
Okay.
angles.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, put it in nice and slow, Leon. The fuck is that?
What?
What the hell is that?
That's what I just said.
That's what we're saying.
Whoa. Nobody said there's tentacle monsters. Oh, no!
Still interested in, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, still interested.
Just thinking over it. Let me see this guy first and we'll talk.
I think that's what got Alpha Team.
Okay.
Well, it is bipedal. Hey, about that
This is so good.
incineration room.
Yeah, about that incineration.
I wouldn't even bother shooting quite yet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run back. I think you're right. Saber bullets. Leave it
Do you want to be bait or lever pulling?
I'm gonna knock these over so we can shoot them. I want to pull lever. Oh no, we're trapped in here, and he's in here too. And then he's out there, but then you're in here.
Oh!
I hope you
Was
were
I-
close to that.
I wasn't.
I think this is when we shoot it.
Oh boy! Hey, how are you doing? Hey, I don't like you like that. I don't like you like that. All right, come on. Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, I'm gonna be on lever. I'm ready on lever. Just tell me when.
All right, go. You ain't getting through that.
It'd be a shame if you got stuck.
Okay.
Ow. No way he lives this. Oh. Oh. Ew, gross.
Uh-huh,
Well,
sure.
that-
Whatever.
The easiest boss fight ever.
I heard your first response first.
No.
You were like,
heard
you were
nothing.
like, oh, and then you're like, oh, ew, no, stop,
Yeah,
please.
this is so no one would ever like that.
It's like
so gross.
you whenever you see
Giant
Pyramid
tentacle
Head.
monster?
Oh no,
Whatever.
Pyramid Head, please, no,
What?
don't take me to your lair. No, that would
Oh
suck.
no. Ghostface?
no.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
Oh, oh
Jason?
god.
Michael Myers? What? You see why I love Dead by Daylight?
Yeah, yeah. I see it.
I'm not playing the game for the game, buddy. Let's be honest. No, I love it.
All right, in we go.
Stuck? Crispy? Gets on surfboard. Sorry, I was catching up.
You're good. You're good.
Let's do it together. Yeah, Resident Evil 5 with Leon. Hi, Mad. How are you? Sorry. No, she actually. Okay, we are doing
You can get
what's
wrapped 2 of them.
Leon accent? Okay. So for the next minute, I have to do an accent.
Oh, okay.
The redeem is to be Leon. So what's Leon sound like?
Wouldn't you know? If you want, you can pull up a YouTube video of him.
No, I got it up here in the spank bank. I don't need no shit.
Oh,
We
okay,
good.
gotcha. Locked and key, got it.
Don't worry, Laura Croft. My ass is huge and my arms are huger. I'll take care of us. And everything's gonna be fine. Here, I'll press the button, babe. Don't worry.
You like flex.
We're going up, it's our moment. Get him another golden. Get him golden. That's how Leon sounds, I think.
I love the way you have him. There's just the fact of, first of all, he said the word huger, which is amazing. And then just like him just being like, oh, let me get this button for you. And then like flexes his arms and like, it kind of gives me, what was
K-pop Demon Hunters.
Right. You know the movie with, I forget his,
Got it.
this is why I don't know names very well. But it was the one with Blue Steel, was like where he makes the face and he's
not
Not
Anchorman. It's the ice skating one.
yes. Not ice skating. It's the same guy, different movie. But he's like a model and he's trying to do yes. Gives the vibes of him going to the mines. Where it's just, let me get this button for you. And then he starts singing. That was really good. That was very good representation. If that's who he is to you, then I see it.
Yeah. He's just very like, excuse me, bruh. I'm not your bruh. Like that kind of vibe. Oh god. What is that guy's name? Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. I should probably be paying attention to the story.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? They're not here for.
I'm crying. Excuse me, bruh. You're excused. Ben Stiller, thank you. That's who it is.
Yes, Ben Stiller.
Owen Wilson, though.
Owen Wilson's also in it. He's also great in it, but it wasn't the one I was referring to.
How does he has like a specific accent voice too? But it's like more.
Wow.
Whispery? I don't know. Wow! Thank you. We completed chapter 10!
We completed it! Let's go!
Yes!
Look at that accuracy.
Look at us. Look at that. Look at us. Sending that data.
Sending the data. Well.
Organize.
We can buy.
Ooh,
so there's the submachine gun that we can get.
Ah, I see. Oh, melee vest too. That's kind of cool.
Melee
I mean, obviously
vest?
we don't have much money for that, but.
Do we share money?
Why don't you buy something and we'll find out.
How about you buy the machine gun and see what happens? Because I'm gonna give you the ammo.
Okay, it went down to 3,000.
Okay, not for me. So we're good.
Oh, it is separate money, but we do get money when we both pick up money. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah. Here you go. There's ammo for that. Honestly.
Combine. Do you need health? You don't have any health stuff.
I'm gonna buy. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy first aid spray. I'm good.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna save up for the melee vest. The rest of these.
Okay, I think that's a good. I'm gonna do the same thing. I have. I need to shoot more. I think.
Oh wait, there's treasures. That we could sell.
The clock. Oh, ivory relief.
Oh.
That sounds. Oh, you can just sell it. Oh,
yeah.
You sold it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was both of us.
Did you get money from selling both?
Yes. Did you get money?
Too. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. I was gonna say.
No, that's good. So we can both sell it. That's super nice.
Yes.
And we share
great.
the treasure.
Yes. In that case, I'm gonna get one more first aid spray.
Smart.
And then the rest
have
is.
One open
Organize. There we go. So perfect.
I'll put this here. Oh, I
Right.
actually need that.
Got 2 things, and then we got one of those. We got one of those. I have a grenade. I think that's good enough for me.
There we go. Okay, I'm content. I have ammo. I have stuff.
Same.
Okay. Oh, we're cooking.
Yeah, we're cooking.
We like annihilated that first boss like so fast.
I mean, it was obvious to us because we're gamers, you know.
That's true. We are pros, professionals.
Thank you for
Okay,
thanks for
found-
saying out the full word of pros, or else I would have no idea what you're talking about.
It was for chat, just
Oh,
in case. I'm
gotcha,
sorry, I
gotcha.
was still channeling Leon. Do you need any more handgun ammo, by the way?
No, I have like 20. There are
I'm
PS
sitting on 60, so
Oh.
I will give you the next ones.
Okay. There are BSAA emblems located throughout every stage. The more BSAA emblems you destroy, you know what? Instead of saying the whole thing, I'm gonna go BASA!
Found
The more
one.
BASA
Found
emblems
one.
you destroy, the more items you can purchase with the
BASA!
bonus feature. The BASA!
Devil Pro Gamer's so cool.
Hey,
I found a chest.
Oh, I found so much. I found nothing, actually.
hey Leon. I don't want to say we wasted our money, but
Yeah. No way, we just found it. I think I can sell it though.
yeah, I think you can too.
That's
There we go.
Yeah.
It's there now.
Yeah.
Thanks, game.
Thanks, game. What were we just saying about us being pro gamers? Please take this handgun ammo. I have so much.
V to call your
Literally
partner.
sitting
You
on
can
80.
you
It's
can
sitting
give
on
partner.
80.
You can give me ammo.
Oh, I knew that. I was just checking to see if you were a pro.
Give your
That's
partner orders with the following controls: attack. Your partner goes on the offensive. Cover. Your partner assumes the supporting role. So, never mind.
So you gotta be at the bottom, or I
Damn
gotta
it!
be at the
I was
bottom.
thinking the same thing. I was like, so you
Hell
can
yeah.
command your partner to be a top or a bottom. So we're both switches, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah,
correctly.
let's be honest. Look at them. We already knew this.
Yeah, 100%.
This one says item menu. Well, in the item menu, spray press X to confirm what items your partner has. It's partner for an item by highlighting it and pressing it. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna talk to you because that sounds like
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah, I think this is more of
practical.
something. Oh wait, hold on.
It's just gonna take it all. Just gonna
You can
at this point.
give your partner. You can give your. Okay. What about this one? Press to grab any item you can and move to where you want the menu. Oh, okay. That's actually really good to know. So the number is associated with the spot. So if I do.
If I press 2, it switches to my gun.
So I do 1, 2. Oh, that's perfect. And then let's go ahead and move this to 3, and then this to 4, and then that's like a backup. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 is Granada. All right.
Wait,
You
do
know what?
rats give gold?
Do rats give gold? I don't know.
I just found random gold on the ground after shooting some rats.
Do rats give gold? Proceeds to put a like Smith and Wesson 500 to the temple of a small rodent. Fires.
No,
It is
they're-
incinerated. To
Listen,
complete.
In Resident Evil 4, if you killed the rats, you got stuff. I was just checking. Listen. Also, Rosie wants to cheese you, and I think that needs to be a new redeem.
What does
I
that
agree with
mean?
this sentiment.
Oh yeah, the
just get
block,
cheese thrown
just
at
like,
you.
just like that kind of deal. I don't know if it came
Take
through.
Those babies. It's fine
That-
if
that-
you get gold.
that-
Gold knows.
That was a redeem that Melon had that she tested
Cheese?
first on me, was that cheese redeem thrown in my face on her stream.
That's
She
actually amazing.
it was very
Oh.
good.
I love Melon.
Hell yeah. Melon's a real one.
Melon is the realist. Can we go up this thing? No.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
I-
but there's audio change. Wait one.
Hey.
Yeah. I should walk right through this and nothing bad will ever happen. See?
Proceeds to hit C for
That's a
crouch.
man.
Above us. No, back.
No, there's a-
Take
no,
that.
what are you talking about?
Rains,
All right, let's go
rain
suck that guy
viscera
up.
down on you.
Huh, gross. It's raining. Ow, I got stabbed!
You got stabbed or shot?
Well,
Okay.
I'll never tell.
Well, well, well.
There you go.
Oh, well.
I found a
Shotgun.
ladder!
Shotgun shells.
And I'm going up it.
How's it going up there?
Everything is great. I found more things to break.
What's
Guess
over
what?
here?
More handgun ammo.
I got some up here too. Don't you worry. They really have been kind of giving us a lot.
I know, it makes me nervous. What are they getting us ready for?
You have it on normal, right?
Yeah, I put it on normal.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we're good. Oh, look! A piece of candy.
An explosion goes off in the distance.
It was-
Stabbed with an arrow for sure. Thank you, devil.
It was made in a bomb factory. That makes
A
bombs.
bomb.
Oh gosh. Hi.
No. Not the
I
dogs.
wanted to ping something for you, but 1 second. Ooh. How'd you get over there?
Help me.
I shot it in the
Okay,
butt.
Okay, everything's fine. I'm so.
Hey, about the.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I hate this. Ah.
About you saying that there might be something like we have to worry about. Hey, do you mind, sir?
Hey. This guy's so dramatic. There we go.
Gosh, get this guy an Emmy.
Okay. Bye, devil. Oh, here. Let me give this to you. How do I?
Anyway, there's something that I need to back over here. Thank you.
Oh, back over here.
Over
Hey,
here.
come back. I'm gonna heal us real quick. I'm stuck. Actually, no.
Oh. Hi.
Alright, I'm here, and I heal.
Hell yeah.
Alright, I'm with you.
All right. In here. Health.
Bomb factory? Oh, yay! Thanks.
No problem. No problem, Leon.
No, don't worry about it, Laura Croft.
The Laura Croft thing, I can't get over it, dude.
It's so good. I think maybe this. Oh yeah, there's a man. I heard a man voice.
The thing is, I
What?
didn't originally. Well,
Ow. Come on, try it again.
where are you? You keep on disappearing somehow.
It's like.
Oh
a
wait, I can
maze.
do the thing, can't I? Oh,
Point blank.
hello.
It's fucking point blank. Shoot him in the ass. So about
I
that
saved your
healing.
life.
Thank you.
Hell
Much better. Those dogs fucked me up, dude.
yeah. I mean, they're also dogs, so that you feel bad.
I hate it. Someone clipped it the first time I ever saw the dogs in the last game, and it just broke my heart.
Yeah.
'Cause I, like, come on, man. We love animals in this house.
Oh. Hey, that zombie has a gun. Ah!
There's a
Ah!
dog! Whoa.
Excuse me.
He went flying.
Excuse me, pardon me. Jewel bangle. Don't mind if I do.
Oh,
Hey!
He had some jewelry on.
Watch out for dogs. Excuse me, pardon me, little one.
He had some crazy headshots.
Alright, just a little bit of handgun there.
Just a little some. Oh, you.
Hey. No. Boy, down.
Thank you.
Down.
Ugh.
Down.
Nice. Shotgun's really good on them, I think.
Yeah, I'll be dog duty.
Unfortunately. I'm gonna go up to see if there's any items. The lagoon.
Yeah, we had the same brain.
Yeah.
Yes. The Goo
The
Lagoon.
Goo Lagoon.
A peaceful place where dogs have multiple heads.
They split into two.
For 2 dogs for every head.
2 heads for every dog. Guess what? More handgun ammo.
Hell yeah.
Crazy. This is the
Is
most
this explosive?
Gen X any. Ah!
It is
Okay.
explosive.
Yeah, good to know. How do we?
Anyway.
Do I boost you over this? No.
Me
need
and
a
my
man's
little girl strength. I can't do it.
Lara Croft is fucking shredded, dude.
She needs to learn to push with her damn legs. She could kick some people like 50 feet in one direction. She needs to.
That's true. This bridge is intimidating.
This is definitely a one-way kind of deal. Whee!
You don't think this
Those
is
are
awesome?
explosive bear. Oh. Hey man, what's up?
What's up? Oh.
There's no body in this car. There's no
How do
body
I-
in this car. There's no. Oh! Is that a Granada? Oh, yep.
Tee-hee.
Take this.
Make him go boom.
You know what game I think you would really enjoy? Ow!
Huh.
Really? You don't have a head. Lollipop Chainsaw.
I played it when it first ever came out, and now I know the remaster's out.
Uh-huh.
I think I got it. I think I got the remaster.
Hell
Yay,
yeah.
I got an achievement called Baptism by Fire.
Hell yeah.
Crazy.
I wouldn't
yeah,
recommend
play
those
it.
kind.
Yeah.
Isn't there? I think there's a game that recently came out from the same makers of it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it's
I
the.
love those kind of games.
Well, I shot your arm a little bit, but I don't even think you felt
That's okay.
it.
I had to move because I couldn't really shoot behind you.
No, you're good.
Oh.
Anyway.
So,
So
back
anyway,
where
so same
you
made by the
usually
same people.
store.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Love that. Which one's this?
Hold on, stand near me real quick. Oh, can I? Do I? If I use okay, restore health. Okay, it's not a both kind of deal. For
Not
whatever
for
reason.
that one.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I thought there was one that did both.
I don't want
This
machine gun
machine.
ammo. Okay, we'll do gold for both of us. Gold
Okay,
for
good.
both of us.
You still have all the shotgun. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go. Oh.
I mean, we should probably both be using all the weapons, but it's kind of like it's fine.
We'll get there. I'm gonna check down by the water real quick. I feel like this is a thing.
You just want to be at the
Don't know.
beach, and you know it.
Yeah. Oh, I found a checkpoint. Oh, I found the sewers. I know where we're supposed to go. Okay.
Oh well.
Always sewers in Resident Evil. Always.
Well, about the whole rat thing that we were like, oh, you know, there's probably we don't have to kill rats, and then they get us in the sewers, and can we not get in there? That's surprising.
No.
It looks like we could.
You would think.
Certainly, Lara Croft would be able to squeeze in there.
Is that it in here? Oh, you got everything. Okay, so now
Yeah. Now we go.
Now we go. Okay. We're cooking, man. I'm impressed. Into the
no.
sewers and the dogs. Sorry, pups. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Behind me. Don't like that. Please stop. Ah, thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, the ones that charge. Oh, no. All of you. Stop it. Bad.
Nice. Okay.
All right, I have to wait for it to finish transforming.
Yeah. I think these are this machine gun. Okay.
Because they just
All right.
tank it. Open.
Open up that door. Oh, the door's shut behind you. Just slams it on Leon.
He can open it
Whatever the
himself.
best, Laura.
He's an independent woman.
The rats.
How are you on handgun ammo?
Gucci and gang.
Hell yeah.
By that I mean good. Gotta pick up these coins scattered across these perfectly placed bags of
Oh,
coins
are we-
after killing
done?
rats.
Oh. Oh.
No,
Never
I
mind.
think we're about to get into new territory.
trouble?
Boss. Yeah.
I'm noticing some
Shiny
red, some
thing on the
red, some
floor.
red. There's a lot of stuff over here.
I found a sapphire.
I saw enemies over here.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do this little real quick.
Yep. Yep.
Oh! Oh boy. Oh boy. Hi.
I remember these.
I don't.
Oh, they suck.
Ooh.
Oh, I didn't move. Thanks.
Ooh.
Everything is fine.
All right, machine gun ammo is first for you.
Think. Machine. Nope, that's gold. Machine. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Think
Don't
this
you
guy's alive,
dare.
too?
Don't you dare get up.
We warned you. Hell
Anyway,
yeah. Like shooting.
can I just do
fish in
this?
a barrel. Oh, here's shotgun right behind you.
Oh. I actually needed that.
Hell yeah.
I put a lot in those dogs transforming. And then I'm like, why aren't you dying?
Quite the same. I put a lot in those dogs. Statement.
Me when
Makes
I'm
you go
trying
love
to
to
make
watch
a
movies.
new breed of dog.
If Mama Dodo was a dog, what kind of dog would she be? A doggo? Dodo? Doggo? Okay.
Doggo, yeah, Mama Doggo.
Doggo! That's cute! I'm a big fan.
I don't know. I think she would definitely be one of the smaller ones.
Oh, very cute.
Let's grab this. We'll combine them later.
Ooh, here's another one. Do you need two? Or do you only have one?
Let's see. I'm full up. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me combine. All right, so we're. You
Yeah,
grab this one.
Or should I grab that? Okay, I got it. Perfect.
All right.
Okay, this room's empty.
This
Now I
room's
need to
empty.
go
Hey, Cyrix.
down.
Welcome in.
Hola.
Okay. Where are we going?
Hey.
This. Look, the beach, all muddy and
Beautiful.
not a sand in sight. Thank you. I made it
why are they
myself.
running?
Just kidding. Oh, there's a
Nice
red
game.
plant here. I don't know
Is
if I
this
can ping
open?
it.
Oh,
Hey,
it's locked. I'll grab the red one.
it's over by me.
Where? Wait, Q. Aha, I see you.
Yeah, it's over here.
Red. Thank
Red.
you. And then I combine.
And then I'm just
combine.
eh.
Yeah, see? I break down this door right now with my legs. Yeah.
There we
Take
go.
care. Oh, there's a man with hanging from the top that has
Oh.
keys attached to him.
Hey, what's up?
Dead man! Get it? Cause oh, ooh, nice shot.
Thank you.
I would have never thought to actually shoot that.
Oh,
Funny.
do we duplicate it by us? Oh, oh,
Oh.
oh! Classic
It's
zombie
time.
shenanigans. All right. Nope. 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 Nope.
Let me alone! Ooh, I'm on the ground.
You good?
You shot me!
I did not. Calm down.
Shoot him in the cheeks, shoot him in the cheeks.
Yeah, I gotta switch. Oh, behind me! Thank
Get
you.
off, Laura!
Knife. Knife.
Stab him, stab him, stab him. Oh, I missed.
Oh, they're on me.
Help, be help.
Don't worry, I got.
Oh!
There you go.
Drooling.
Ooh, lovely. Well, that seems to be all of them. Surely it's safe to go outside now.
Can you go out this window? Oh, can. Ah, I did see.
Roundhouse kick.
Rio! Thank you for biddies.
Take that. Take
Try my
this.
best. Take this. Take this.
Hey, sir, crossbows
Crossballs.
are illegal.
I hate when my balls get crossed, man. Where are you? Oh, I see. Oh, where?
Do you mind dying?
Can you take our
please?
off? Bella? Yeah.
Do you mind? There you go.
There's behind you.
Uh-huh.
There's ammo.
Where oh, I see it.
I'm just using the scope as like a point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. A little laser pointer, like a little cat.
Honestly.
Just be like, over here, over here, over here.
Over here, over here, over here, over here. That's cute.
Okay, I see where you went up.
I'm just looking to see. Oh, I found an emerald.
Oh, what? What?
An emerald.
Oh, an emeralds. For whatever reason, I had in my head where it's like you said something about like a roll.
I found the roll.
I found an
Chaos
egg roll
emeralds.
or something
First
akin
off.
to that, and I'm like,
Yeah,
what?
Okay, I think we go back where you were. 'Cause I don't think. Oh, we're up here. Yeah, I'm jumping down.
Oh,
Because the keys were to this.
oh. Yeah, no, that checks out.
Use the port key.
The port key.
Port key.
Hello, I'm here to slash you. Eh,
You did it.
eh.
Nice.
Thank you. Golds.
Barrels to slash, and it's.
How about anything back here? Oh no, you're back here. Okay, well that checks out.
No.
No, please.
Yeah.
Wherever I
It's
turn,
just-
Leon is there.
Oh, the dream. Oh, there's a plant at the end.
There's a plant. Yup.
Okay. There, I literally could have taken the ladder up, and he chose just to look.
Yeah, same, same. Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
sick.
our friend.
Hello. Are you going to sit right there?
Wow. I didn't think H2 actually cared.
Wow. He's probably right though. I don't think he was right. I'm gonna do one of these.
Took a sip of water, went down the wrong pipe.
Oh no! I'm helping. I'm helping.
We're just gonna use that.
You just breathe for a second.
All right. Take this. Take this. Oh!
Kicked you! Oh no! There's fire!
You punched a woman.
Nah, you were the one that said friendly fire. I take no accountability.
Are you blaming the victim right now? Wow. Wow. Cancel. Cancel Ella.
Don't clip that. Don't clip that.
Cancel Ella. Crazy.
No. No.
Clip farming. Who said that?
No!
Don't you
Just
dare.
dumb. I'm just dumb.
You don't
Okay,
understand.
there's a plant. You'll never understand. Oh, I knocked down. Okay.
Alright. More shotguns. Okay. All the shotgun shells in the world, apparently. Alright.
Yay! Yeah, the ammo in this is ridiculous.
To be fair, the flying enemies take a lot.
Oh, I wonder. Nah, I'm gonna save that. My accuracy is gonna be so off for this level.
Hi-ya! Oh boy, that's a miss.
Idealist on his Christy gnome dog. No, meowie. What? I was reading chat. I was reading chat.
Impale! Oh, okay. Whoops. Okay, so the flying ones I could take down in one shotgun shot. Good to know.
Not bad.
I like it was just like
Oh
they
my
give us
God.
so much ammo and then they proceed to like use up
I
all
know,
the ammo.
I'm out of pistol ammo now. That's crazy.
All right, go ahead and pick up his. I'm gonna have.
Oh,
Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and combine this one and this one. Okay, cool. Oh, one real quick. I'm just gonna go ahead and hold on. I guess I need to be near you when I do this. Let's see.
I think I'm full health. So
Give. There you go. I gave you ammo.
Okay. Do you need health? Or...
No, I have a good amount of health stuff. I mean, I do need health, but I don't need
to use
more.
it right now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh.
Oh,
Do you think anything bad is gonna happen to this helicopter?
Probably not.
Let's find out.
Hello. Ooh.
Ooh, sniper.
Ooh.
Sniper. You
Sniper. Sniper no sniping.
Sniper be sniping. I'll take the
Machine gun ammo right here.
Pipe bomb over here. You ever play Left 4 Dead?
Yes, I loved Left 4 Dead.
Hell yeah, I love that. Especially Left 4 Dead 2, man.
Yeah. And then they tried to do what was the other, not the remake, but like the spiritual successor.
Oh yeah. What was the name of that?
I don't even remember.
I don't remember either.
It's not a good sign. That we can't remember the name
of it? Yeah.
Back for was it Back 4 Dead? Back from Dead?
Was it? Blood? Nah, maybe it is Back for Dead. Something. Back for Blood, maybe?
Roundhouse!
Roundhouse, and you broke the door! Nice.
And now I'm just gonna impale you.
Haha! Get fucked.
I'm just gonna walk away.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna investigate this slab of meat. A maggot-filled Hold on. A maggot-filled carcass sits atop the table. The smell is overwhelming. Aren't you glad that I said that?
I'm so glad. Here, actually.
A chainsaw, not your usual kitchen utensil. Do you know the lore behind chainsaws, by the way?
Hold on. How do I give you item?
There
you go.
Thank you. Do you know the lore behind chainsaws?
No.
Do you want to guess the original intention of a chainsaw?
I imagine it's something awful.
Yeah?
But no, go ahead and tell us.
Childbirth.
Huh?
I'm not kidding. Childbirth.
You know what? I believe you, but what the fuck?
Right?
What the actual fuck?
Right?
That's insane.
It's
I gotta do
wild.
some reading later. Here, we gotta go through this window, I think.
Oh, well.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, as soon as I learned that, I was like, excuse me? There's no way. Who thought, like, oh yeah, spinning blades that are known for viscera and gore, to be like, yeah no,
nothing bad can happen. Oh, this is where we started. Okay.
Yeah, it is where we started. I like how calmly she opens the door, like we're not in the middle of a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
Oh, there's herb right there if you want it.
Got that herb, got that good.
I have, like, no room. Oh!
Oh! Oh no, look what happened to the helicopter!
Oh man, who could have seen that coming?
Not us. God, these two. Hell yeah.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, there's so much happening up there. I'll help with the bat thing.
Oh, there's our fault! There's someone throwing the ring kit! No!
I can only help so much. Okay, well.
Was there anyone else? There's the Molotov thrower.
There we go. How you doing?
Ugh. Get out of here.
Oh,
I said get out of here.
Are you done now?
Come on. There we go. No. Oi. Oi, vey. Alright,
there he goes.
Machine gun ammo. Alright.
Oh, I have shotgun shells, but
I'm gonna drop.
These up for you?
Hold
on, let me check my inventory.
Can I like drop it over the edge so that you can actually? Yeah, I need to. That or actually, you know what? Let's just use the heal. It's fine.
Yeah, there's a shotgun shell thing down here, but I can't pick it up either.
Yep. It'd be great if we could have like I don't know, just a little bit of a chapter thing so we can put stuff away. That'd be great.
That'd be so. I'd love to
That'd
sell
be
stuff. I think we're nearing the end. We gotta be.
Yeah, I
right?
think so too. Shotgun shells.
Thank you everyone for waiting for me to reload. That's so nice. Nice. God, that shotgun hits hard.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm gonna. Excuse me. I'm just gonna. Excuse me. Pardon me. 1 second, sir. Right there. I'll be with you. 1 second.
No, you're fine.
Excuse me.
What you can do?
I'm just gonna go ahead and reload.
No,
There you go.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't even.
There
no
you go.
stress. Got your back.
1 second.
Literally.
Yep. Oh, yep. We're good. We're good. Apparently, I'm picking up everything.
Machine gun ammo.
I love these games when
Hell
they
yeah.
came out. Yeah, I haven't played 4 yet, the remake or otherwise.
Oh, so good. Well,
there you
almost
go.
on sale, so if you like Resident Evil, I recommend.
Yeah, I need to go through them. I just haven't.
We got
red plants here.
Oh, I found a man.
Oh, I'm on my
Got me.
way. Yeah,
Oh,
I'll finish it off for you.
Thanks.
Hacha!
God damn! The murder. Okay.
Handgun. I think you need handgun more than I do now.
Yeah, no. I can't pick up the plant.
I
one's
can pick up a
already-
plant, but there's a plant literally in the next room too.
Okay.
So
Eh,
this is what I recommend. This is what I recommend. Looking at your stuff, how about you give me a healing thing, and then you pick up the red plant, combine it with your half green plant, so you get both, and then you pick up the red plant in the next room.
So there's that. I like how you think. Brain's huge. Use this.
And now combine.
These two. Combine.
Perfect.
And then pick up the plant in the other room.
Yes.
Brain huge. Huge brain.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go, gamer. Let go. After you, please. Oh, there's a man here.
Oh, hello. Roundhouse.
There we go. Pull off 20 headshots.
Yeah, that's the move. It's one headshot, then you do a melee hit, and then you finish them.
Smart. Huge brain. Also, the rocket launcher in RE4 was so much fun.
All right. Shotgun shells. I'll take it. Hello.
Goodbye.
And then we're just gonna stab you in the face. You're going
Both
to
of us
punch.
are like-
You're gonna kick him in the groin.
There's another grenade.
This
I'm
is
gonna
a-
go up one more.
Granada. Oh, that's not a good sign. They gave us 2 grenades. That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not great. That's not great. You gotta say that's. Oh no.
Oh, I found another plant, but guess what? I have no room. I could if I give you. Wait, hold on. Can I give you this hand grenade?
Yeah, give me the hand
And
grenade.
then I pick this up.
Then
I do this.
combine it with the red one.
combine,
Yeah.
And then I need to give you some healing.
Tell you what, I'll trade a healing for grenades.
Okay.
There you go.
And then
There's
I'll
3
give
grenades for
the
you.
Better one. Here's the better healing for you.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we're goated on the healing.
Yes.
We have some ammo.
Yes.
Did we already get downstairs? Did you get everything on that second floor?
I believe so.
Okay. Then I think we're supposed to go out this way. Reloading.
Oh,
Both
you know what?
guns.
Good call. Good call. That's a jump down. Assist jump. After you.
V.
Oh, okay. I'm the one going. All right.
Sick!
Okay.
Sick
All
jump.
right. I thought I was gonna help you,
Yeah.
but you know what? That works.
That was kind of cunty of you. I'm impressed.
Yeah. I'm a little,
Hell
girl bossing
yeah.
over here. Like, I'm just,
I know.
Oh my god.
Well, I guess I'm. Oh, okay. Oh no!
All right. Well.
Oh. I don't know how I can help you. Should I go back downstairs?
And then, boop.
Yeah, I can help from across the way.
Woo. Ow.
They're coming up the stairs, I think.
Machine gun ammo. That's not helpful. You know what?
I'll eventually come over there. Actually-
Equip. We're gonna do this. Hello. I'm just gonna start. Excuse me, pardon me, sir. How, you shot through the dude. That doesn't count.
Oh, you gotta unlock this door. That's how I join you. If you go all the way down.
Okay. I'm just gonna. Slowly but surely.
Slowly
Oh, I see you over there being like, hey, I'm here to play with Michael. Can you let me in? I'm here to play.
My mom
Here,
told me
I
to
got
ask your
this.
mom.
It should open now.
Yay! Go upstairs to get all
Okay, the rifle's pretty goated. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's one of the best items. The shotgun and the rifle are one of my faves. So I'm excited to use them.
All right, we'll switch things around. Maybe we can make it
we
so
can
that one of
buy
us has shotgun. Because how does this machine gun feel? Does it feel useful?
It's fine. It's not like it's good when there's like a big group of them, but other than that, okay. I got the machine gun here.
There we go. Yeah, it's a one-hit, one-kill. Shotguns don't always do that, but it's very good spread.
Yeah. Okay. Listen up. Ludo, hi.
Anything else? Anything else? Boop! I missed.
There.
I didn't miss that. Hee 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 hee.
Hey, Marlon. How are you?
There you go.
Welcome, welcome.
And then incendiary grenade. I can handle the incendiary if you want to handle the regulars. So that way it's not taking up another slot. Because it seems that they stack pretty high.
Do I have another? No, I have just full right now. I'm gonna pick up this plant, but we'll see if we actually need it.
Yeah.
Oh, you need health. How are you looking?
I mean, I have a full heal, so I'm kind of sitting on it a little bit.
That's okay. Is this an incendiary? No, this is normal. Nice.
Alright, get some of these.
Down.
Oh, I should probably switch. Let's put that there.
We're doing good, Ludo. We're playing RE5. We got some mods going.
Yeah.
Oh, I found rifle ammo right here next to me.
Where are you? What button is it to see you again?
A Q, but I'm right here. Turn around.
Where are you? Where could you be? Are you over there? Are you over there? Where? Where could he be? He's so elusive that you like. Found him!
Literally! Oh my god.
I'm
Go
just
get your
kidding.
rifle ammo. Get your rifle. Hydrate redeem. Thank you, Marlon. One sec.
Checkpoint. Well, that's a good sign. That's always a good sign that we get a checkpoint. Oh.
Oh, and it's a cutscene. Thank you for hydrate. I needed that. New
Hell yeah.
Spinosaurus dropped.
Hell yeah, Ludo. Ludo draws really good dinosaurs, especially Spinosaurus.
Ooh. We love that. Oh no, what are these guys?
Don't worry, he's a doctor because he has a chainsaw.
Keep this man away from women.
For real. Okay, I think we should run.
Yeah, I think. Oh! There's fire stuff. Scared me, and everything's fine.
And then... Alright, that works. Where's the chainsaw man? I see him.
Isn't that an anime?
Alright, get out of my way real quick. Reload. Hey, we're gonna need to move, girl. We're gonna need to move, girl. Thank you. Ooh, somersaults.
Kick flip!
Oh boy, move! No! Okay, so I need to.
Oh, no!
So if I'm reloading, I cannot A, stop reloading, and B, stop reloading. We can organize right here.
Ooh, yay!
Okay,
This
excellent.
was intentional. The whole thing was intentional. Real fast, I'm gonna catch up on chat.
Oh wait, they redesigned Spinosaurus again? Oh,
That's sick.
okay. I was gonna say, I assumed it was you dropped a new Spinosaurus.
Also, thank you, Marlon. Have a good day.
All right, remove. I don't want the submachine gun. Which means so I have incinerary. I have 3 weapons, which means it has to take up 3 ammo spaces. One of them is healing. One of them is grenade, and then oh, we can sell stuff. Sell.
Okay, there you go. Oh.
Small
Hi.
blue gem. Sell. Small emeralds.
Why is this not
Okay.
working?
Excuse me. It's a new kind of Spinosaurus.
Aha.
Like how. Ah.
I see.
Interesting.
exciting.
Interesting. Yeah, I love. That's always fun. All right, first aid spray, melee vest. I have enough. Bye. Cool. Provides protection against melee attack. Can be worn with a bulletproof vest. And I did, and I am.
I'm selling the last of our treasure. That
Oh
is what
no! It takes a
Okay,
spot. The melee vest
Oh, the
takes a
armor does?
spot.
No, of course it does. Of course it does. Man.
Oh
Okay.
gosh. All right, let's see here.
What?
Oh wait, can I? Wait.
That's fine.
We can upgrade. Hold up.
Oh yeah, you can upgrade your weapons. Speaking of, I'm gonna. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I bet, Ludo. I'm gonna be looking this up later.
Hmm.
Definitely.
So then, what's the difference from what?
Okay, so firepower, increase your maximum ammo
Ah.
capacity. So we definitely want firepower. Firepower again.
How much is? Oh, 3? I might hold off on getting the armor
Uh-huh.
and just upgrade the shit out of my pistol.
Honestly, I would do that. I didn't know until after I bought my armor.
Well, we couldn't have known. That's okay.
Because I could put that in. I might put that in, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, so either I need shotgun or sniper. It's like, it's not really designed. Well, I could not do grenade, but the grenades are so goated. I think I just need to use my grenades. I think that's the bottom of it.
Honestly, you gotta.
Yeah.
Okay, I upgraded my pistol, and then how much money do I have left? Buy.
Ooh, I could do
Oh,
reloads.
I used all the money. Okay.
Yep, right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do
well, that's
capacity
fine.
for that. All right. Okay,
Okay.
I'm ready.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh,
I
all right.
just
In
need-
that case,
I'm
I
just
will
gonna
also
grab-
run. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. No, after you. I'm just gonna be like 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right. Hello, everybody. That's my cough is still a little bit there because your boy doesn't know how to drink water without causing problems for everyone involved. I would normally also leave at the same time, but a part of me wants to be like, I should entertain both chats. And we'll just kind of switch, pass the baton back and forth. Yes. And you would have thought, wait a minute, that little adorable undead Mama Dodo is dressed as a Sailor Moon. And I'm like, yes. Even though I never watched the show. Not once. I know of it. It's kind of like Hatsune Miku, where it's like you hear about it, but that doesn't mean you were like there. It's that kind of thing. So it's good to know that people have been liking it, because I'm like, I'm coming in from the outside, so I don't know, you know. But yeah, hopefully y'all are having a good time. I miss playing Resident Evil. It's been good. Haven't seen it either. yeah, exactly. It's more something that I am aware of, but and how impactful it was for so many different people. I was gonna say, like, around that time, I wasn't really into anime. I didn't get into anime until Naruto, during the arc of the fight where they fought off the like mist village or something, like hidden in the mist. And you get to see like the Ninetale aura for the first time. I remember seeing that on Toonami for the first time, and I was just like, what is this? This is amazing. So I wasn't like, I didn't come in then during like Dragon Ball Z era or like big robot era, like Gundam. Like it just wasn't. That's just not what hit me. What hit me was the shonen. Like was really good. And you know, we mentioned One Piece before. I was current at a certain point, and that they were on that damn island for so fucking long. With the not the most recent one, but with Big Mom and the big dude with tusks. I forget his name. His name's not like Beast or something, right? They were still on that island. I never got to see the new gear, or the new form and all that kind of stuff. But I was like a couple. Wano sounds wrong. Yeah, they were there for so long that I was current for a while, and then after I was just like, I can't, I can't keep up anymore. So I need to go back and watch it again. But
I'm back.
Welcome back. And now I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I was entertaining both chaps in the meantime.
Oh, I was just grabbing a stream snack. Thank you. All right. Well, now that it's just us. You ever heard the Gospel of Leon Kennedy? Because I'm here to share with you. Also, you talking about One Piece? What? What happened? What happened? All I saw was Wano, and I got excited. But in the meantime, this game is so fun. I forgot how much I love Resident Evil. Like playing it. It's very silly. It's very fun. But it's kind of like beat for beat a Resident Evil game, just in general. So I'm curious what the actual plot is gonna be for this game. I think we're about to be on the 3rd chapter, or this is the 3rd chapter. We were, yeah. Also, Zelda Bab, aren't you going live soon? Can't remember what time you said. I think it was, you're going live in like an hour and a half, right? Mayhap, perhap. Either way, I'm excited. I'm excited for your stream. Yeah! It's gonna go so good. I'm already so proud of you. And streaming's fun. Like, it's just like playing video games with friends. Or at least that's how I look at it, you know. I think as you continue to just have fun with streaming and keep the priority of just being fun instead of it being like, I gotta be this huge, successful, $1,000,000 Twitch deal kind of a vibe, you know, then it kind of loses the charm. At least in my opinion. Some people are in it for the cash money, and I respect it. For me, I'm just here to simp. What happens. Oh,
hello.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, no, if you're, I think if you're in Twitch for the money, there are a lot better ways to get money. A lot easier ways to get money than Twitch.
That's what I'm saying.
So you have to be, you gotta have fun with it and be passionate about it. And yeah. I think you're definitely in it for the right reasons.
To simp? Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of, you ready? Ready to get back into this?
I was gonna say, speaking of simping, am I ready?
Well,
who am I simping over? Listen, wrong Resident Evil. If we're gonna be simping, we're playing the wrong one. We need to switch. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, is it Lady D that does it for you?
Lady D is great, yes. But as far as if there anyone that I go rabid over, there really isn't anyone that I go rabid.
Well,
not
you gotta
yet.
play some more Resident Evil.
Let's say not yet. There might be something in the future where I'm just like, okay, all right, they got me.
I think I'm trying to think of who you'd be into. Jill's hot.
I mean, they're all attractive. They're all hot.
Yeah,
certainly.
but there's not one that's like making you bark.
Yes.
Ooga, you know?
Exactly.
I respect that. I'm gonna back the fuck up and then shoot the barrels on that guy. I think it's my game plan.
I'm gonna use all my incendiary grenades. Hi. As I run in front of your bullet.
Hi. It's alright. There we go.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
I'm sorry. Keep backing up. We're gonna shoot this one.
I'm gonna heal in front of this man. Bye!
No! I'm sorry, that was my bad.
No, you're good. Ooh,
think I'm
I should have
the reason
ran.
you took so much
The running,
damage. Oh!
what do you call it? I'm still not I'm still not used to the running yet, so I'm just like, turn around and run. I'm also not used to the, you heal. That's a dedicated action. You are now
you have to
healing.
Stop and stop. And
You are not
take your
moving.
time.
You are not interrupting. This is what's happening. And if you did it at the wrong time, you're going to die.
You are dead. Also, Kojim, we modded the game. It's Chris Redfield is now the game editor. I'm very happy about this.
And I'm completely normal. Totally normal.
Well, on my screen, on his stream. Alright, I'm gonna keep backing up. Shoot that barrel.
Okay.
Nice shot. Okay, get ready for the next one.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, behind us.
Ooh. All right.
I'm backing
I'm
up.
gonna move. Yep.
Oh my god! Whoa! No!
Run!
It's alright, I can heal.
Yep.
Just gonna keep running. Not gonna heal yet.
A little faster, please.
Okay, C. E. U. Use. No, he's coming through the door!
Of course he
I'm
is.
reloading! I'm going upstairs. I feel like that's a bad idea, but
I'm gonna kick him.
Can I jump from...
Hiya! Get kicked, loser.
Oh, I thought he was gonna follow me. No. Nice. Whatever you just did.
I'm just gonna keep running.
Just keep loop him.
Loop him, loop him. Looping.
Oh,
Careful.
he's stuck. Taking advantage of this.
Hell yeah.
Go back in. Ah! Walked right in front of your bullets. My bad.
Get kicked. Uh-oh, he sounds like he's getting closer. Oop.
I'm upstairs. Just so
Oh,
you know.
he went after you.
Oh, he went with me.
You good up
And he's like,
there?
Woo! No! Machete man! Take me by the hand.
Machete man.
Please. He's coming back for you. He's going down the stairs. Oh my god, I'm scared.
I'm gonna just keep running.
Go back down.
Spaghetti.
What's it like non-Leon voice coming out? Honestly, too distracted by the Leon to care.
Right.
Okay. Back up. Stairs.
I lit him on fire. Ooh!
you.
I'm being.
I can't help.
It's
Come
fine.
back. Yes, look, punch him. Oh no! Worst time to do this. Get out of here. That's a bad idea.
No! Bad. Get kicked.
Get kicked.
Good job.
Beat him?
We got
music ended.
guard's key
Guard
with
key.
with what looks like a friendship bracelet
Aw.
attached to it.
Yeah? Wait,
Oh, he's
that's
so
kinda
cute. Oh, little fun lore fact about Idealist. He does have a friendship bracelet around his hand. His wrist.
Who's the friend?
One of the students that he had.
Oh! This is cute, but I'm afraid it's sad.
It is sad, but
No!
it is cute, in the sense of, you know, cute.
It's cute. It's cute. Oh, I just...
Yeah, each one, they one of the students made a friendship bracelet where the bracelet that he gave her was his name, and then she gave him her name. So it has her name on it. And funny enough, I actually asked a friend of mine, one of the IRL meetups, because they started making like little necklaces with their kids.
Yeah.
And so I asked them if they could show me like the ropes of how you would go about doing that, so I could try to learn how that would work.
How to do
Friendship
That's very
bracelet.
sweet.
Because your boy, that was never really a thing growing up. Was the
Aw.
friendship bracelet stuff.
It's,
So it
I
was
think
very
it's super
sweet.
cute. Wow.
I let's talk about it's like, yeah, that's super cute, and we're just shoving jewels in our pockets.
Yeah, let's talk about friendship bracelets.
Yeah,
Yeah, thousands and thousands of dollars worth.
Come on.
Oh,
What do you mean? Come on.
That's very
Classic Leon yelling at women
I'm
for no
sorry.
reason.
That's so funny.
It's very funny. this.
Okay, let's see. Oh, open? Nope, that's inventory. Come on, Ella.
Oh,
it
wow.
was opening to
Wow.
an already open
I was gonna say
door.
that was like the most wasted door opening I've ever seen.
Whatever.
Checkpoint. This is a wild chapter. This has been going for a hot minute.
Why is this the longest one? The first two went so fast.
It was just like, here's the first two, and also here's now the novel. You were in tutorial land before.
Yeah. Confusion. Oh, I just opened.
You ready?
This. Yeah.
All right. With your arms and my legs, we make up to
Together.
what's probably one normal person. All right. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
This looks like a boss
Oh.
cutscene. So let's see. Oh, not our helicopter.
Our friends.
Oh well, there he is. I wonder if he's okay.
Not our
We should probably
friend.
check up for a
He's probably
pulse.
fine. He's probably fine.
Yeah, he's so tired. Oh no,
Ooh. The
not
crows.
the crows. Have you ever seen the movie Birds?
No, but it's on my list.
It's a horrible, horrible movie, but it's funny.
That's also.
No way. Is this a motorcycle zombie? Oh, he's so cool.
Chain whip. Oh, I got whipped. Oh no.
Oh, all right, bye.
Okay, bye,
Have fun.
later.
Bye, Leon.
This definitely probably. Nice shot.
Good a shot. Damn. The motorcycle gang! Not the tentacle boys. They're the bad guys in town.
Wait, shoot a back wheel, dude.
Right?
Oh. Sniper.
Oh. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh. Oopsie.
Oh,
And a
hey,
daisy.
think the devil. Oh, we're surrounded.
Oh, good shot. These guys got taken out by zombies? Excuse me?
These guys shoot better than we do.
Exactly. Girl, you have 2 other guns. Use them.
Like for real. Also,
She's
thanks,
like-
guys. Appreciate you. Wow. I'm glad we have friends.
Yeah. Me
Man,
too.
I'm glad to see you guys.
Delta Team Captain Stone.
Chris Redfield.
Wait a
Shayla.
minute.
Thanks, Josh. I owe you one.
You guys know each other.
I trained under Josh. He taught me everything I
Laura
know.
Croft, you changed this thing?
Now,
Yeah.
Shayla, you must continue your search for Irvin. According to the data we retrieved from the hard drive, we know he has
The
moved
song
on to
from
Miami.
before.
There's more info inside.
Bald man.
We'll follow after
Missing
taking
his
care of
wife.
business here.
Kennedy's
Keep your
taking
radio
care
handy
of
just
her
in
at
case.
night.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks. Appreciate you, Josh.
Look at this phone. Iconic.
Yep.
Oh,
Jill.
Jill, my dead sister.
So, do you remember who I wanted to be for the mod?
Chris.
Yes. That
Jill.
would be even funnier.
That's
That
why
would be
I
hilarious.
really wanted it to be Jill. Specifically for these reasons. Where it's just
Oh,
having
that makes
flashbacks and I'm like,
sense.
why are you thinking like I'm right here. We did
Because we don't have
it!
Leon. Yay! Oh yeah, my accuracy was ass that round. But we still got S's? That's
We
funny.
got S's!
Good S.
Exactly.
That was
Exactly.
40 minutes. That was 45 minutes.
Thank you for the
Melon!
resub, Melon. 18 months. Let's go.
Melon, we love you.
Thank you.
You're actually talking about how much we loved you earlier.
It's true.
It's
We
not
were
like your friends like you or anything.
kind of cringe. Crazy. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh
Yes,
my
we did
god.
Oh my god.
Okay, so not melee vest. Oh yeah, we're gonna spend all. Melee vest is in there
Hell yeah.
still.
It is.
Alright.
Take this.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it. I
Got-
never know half the time.
People was barking and I don't hear what you said. You said you were talking shit. Yeah, totally. We were
Yeah,
talking shit.
That's
Uh-huh.
exactly.
That's
Talking mad shit the whole
Yep.
time.
Yup.
Yop yop.
Yup.
Oh, I'm gonna save my money.
I'm spending it on upgrades.
Yeah, I'm gonna save for the melee vest. I think is my MO.
Why?
I think it's because I need it and I only have
Oh.
7,000.
Well, that
I didn't buy it. I ended up just doing the other one.
we
Hold on,
definitely
let me
need
see
reload speed on. Yeah, we definitely.
something. Yeah, it no. Why do you say that? Let me see something.
Let's do. Can I do like critical? Increased chance for a critical headshot for the handgun. Ooh, that's real nice actually. I'll save up for that. Let's do capacity for the handgun first. Yeah. All right. Well, there goes all my money.
There goes all my money.
There goes all my money.
I'm just
Alright.
checking on Twitch stuff to make sure my bitrate and stuff is good. We're doing good though. What do you mean I've been streaming for 3 hours? You know, time
Yep.
flies. Been having fun.
Yeah. Yeah. You still good for another chapter?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
definitely. Depending on. Well, if it's anything like that last chapter, then I definitely could do one more.
Okay. Okay. Listen.
But if it's shorter, maybe 2.
Another reason why we have Leon, because it drives you forward. It's like it's the carrot on the stick,
Sheva,
so you can keep
and I'm
moving
running.
forward.
I'm running. I'm
Not too
sprinting
far.
for
Well,
it.
the fact his biceps is bigger than his head. Like I'm looking at it. It's actually
I love a big bicep. What can I say? I just am a simp. Old girl is all.
as stated in earlier documentation on the subject. The original Las Plagas parasite, which I guess is the name of the parasite, was discovered
it
in an
is.
isolated area in Europe, known for its isolation. Upon maturation in the host, the parasite quickly replaces the host's will and self-awareness, rendering them highly
Correct.
susceptible to control by another. It was the aspect of the Las Plagas that meant one so inclined could create obedient subjects who would obey directives without question. Okay, look.
This happened
This-
in Spain.
This is
actually.
okay, so this is like, hey, if we don't get AI, we're just gonna make this happen. Got it. All right.
Yeah,
whatever.
we can't control you one way, so we're just gonna create.
We're gonna control you another way. Oh, with obvious
there's a
commercial
page.
application probabilities, Las Plagas quickly came under review by interested parties, interested being billionaires. The problem with commercializing Las Plagas was the time discrepancy between initial infection and when hosts were rendered susceptible to control. The time between Las Plagas is admitted to the host as an egg, and the time when it is fully matures and attaches itself to the central nervous system was met with negative criticism. You don't say. The maturation cycle of the Las Plagas is relatively brief, but potential customers wished for more expedient results. You know, they're not fast enough. With this in mind, research was undertaken to improve Las Plagas, the final results of this research becoming Type 2 Plagas. Type 2 Plagas differs in its predecessor in that it administrated in its matured state, and from that point the host can almost immediately be controlled. And Type 2 is administered orally, or more specifically, I don't like how they specified that, like there was other options. It is forced to the mouth of the host. It's in a delicate method. Type 3 is a different one, but people opted against it. But it's also the most effective. After oral administration, Type 2 rends the esophagus and moves first to the medulla oblongata, Of course it is. That's the horror game equivalent of just insert brain here. Then the brain
Yep.
proper, and finally the spinal cord. Once it has taken control. Oh, at what stage does it like consume your body and your tentacles like everywhere? Is that
It's an actual thing. Some people, it depends. Like some is right away. Like I think it happened to Leon in 4, and it like took a long ass time.
it's still
it couldn't happen.
It's still going. Under a laboratory setting, we recorded complete control of the host within 10 seconds of administrating the Type 2. Aside from the reduced infection time, the Type 2 plagas appeared to share all the characteristics of the original last plagas, which made it more than suitable for commercialization. You know, it's kind of like one of those things where it's just like, they say it's a diet, and then you eat it, and then it's just like you will lose weight, but you'll lose control of yourself. All that remains now is accumulated field data from the Kaijuju Autonomous Zone. Listed below are 3 key experiments for evaluation for Type 2. Hopefully y'all like sat down for a snack. I was not anticipating this whole thing going to be like a novella. Infection. Administrator Type 2 samples to 10 previously infected, only 10, infected individuals and observe the rate at which they spread infection. These 10 test subjects must be given Type 2 samples to create measurable results. Control. Observe to what extent the barbaric behavior induced by the plagas can be controlled. This will be ascertained by witnesses from the results of the directive to engage in Basa operatives within the area. Fighting. Well, I hear music and explosions.
Everything's fine. Everything's
accumulated data in Type 2 in combat. Type 2 hosts will battle Basa operated deployed in the area. This experiment will last the stage for evaluating the effectiveness of Type 2 plagas. Whew. Why don't I get an experiment for reading that? Or not experiment. Oh, hey.
Nothing happened.
Down, boy.
Sorry, buddy.
Man, good thing there's no dogs on the other side of this door.
I definitely was sitting here listening politely the whole time. I didn't leave. Stuff while you were gone.
Man, it would. What I love most about this area is the lack of dogs. Oh God!
Oh, my shoulder.
I opened the door and he charged and jumped on you.
What? This looks like a hyena. That was cool.
This is a hyena from the looks of it. Hey, do you mind?
Oh, he's like the boss dog.
Is there any items in here? Maybe? No items. All right.
An up dog, actually.
I think there are more down dogs. Down.
No, damn it.
Down. See? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
I hate this dogs.
What's up, dog?
What's up with you?
Oh God, you got me! Oh,
Alright, I'm leaving. Dogs here. You don't think?
I do find it really funny. I open the door and you immediately get jumped. that was very good.
I'm sorry. This is the worst part of the game.
Oh, there's a bomb here.
I'm sorry, guys. Oh, wait. Hello, princess! Who's hello, princessing me? I'm stuck, bro! I'm out of bullets! Oh.
Alright, there we go.
What is happening? There's so much happening right now. The who princess? Shin! Hi, Shin! Hello, how are you? Oh, and Retro! Dude, thank you for the biddies! What the heck? Hi, how have you
Gold.
been? Retro, thank you for the bits. How are you, my guy? Retro! I'm finally playing 5. And the modded Chris.
I hear people. Oh, I see them.
I am very happy about that. You never think your power not to play this, Chris. You know it. Idealist hooked me up. He's like, listen, we could play Resident Evil 5 the correct way, and I was like, that.
Get down here! Why are you making this difficult? Get down here!
It's like a vulture? Oh, that's not a. Oh. I just.
Miss.
Oh!
Oh, he's letting me in there!
I got you.
Thank you. Is there another one above my head somewhere? I don't see it. We're good.
No, I
We're
got
fine.
it. There's also just a vulture, and I guess they give you shmoney.
Oh.
I just got home from work day, but it's the weekend. How are the games? Yeah, it's been good. We were playing RE5, having a great time, as usual. And happy.
They
to
do
be
give
here.
us money.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Honestly,
I
that's
hear
very
man.
true, though. Not plays Chris. All the power in the world. That is actually true.
Listen, we had to. We go through here? No.
Climb up. Man, glad I
Oh.
did this.
Where'd you do that? Oh. Wow,
Yeah.
you're so
Wow.
tall.
Oh.
Wow, that was really impressive. Can I boost you up this? No.
Let's just look at the thing.
Step, bro. I think we a step up.
Oh, machine gun ammo right here. I don't.
Shine me up. Oh, thanks. Retro, what the heck? Thank you for the gifted sub. You gave it to Mikey. Oh, thank you very much. You're the best, dude. Thank
Nothing
you.
there.
Hell yeah. I feel
Hell yeah.
bad. Yeah. Yes. How do we?
I'm
Wait,
just
I
look.
figured it out. I know where to go. Come back.
Where-
Come back. Baby, come back.
All right.
Baby, come back to me.
Laura Crofts, get back here.
Laura, bring them sweet chicks to Mr. Kennedy. They call me the president.
Oh God.
Not right. Oh, well, okay, we're gonna ignore everything I just said. Oh, there's a man! Found the man! Dead man.
My
Tell me
God.
what it is. There we go.
Can I like jump across there? I can.
Ooh, wait, oh, he's a bird. Plane.
I don't know what kind of birds you've been seeing, but. Ow! Oh! Oh!
Well, you're seeing it pretty close.
Fine, I guess I'll switch to a shotgun. Well, never mind. I pulled out the sniper, tried to get the scope in, and it grabbed my face.
Everything is fine.
How are you on
Jump
handgun?
through all these. 0.
All right, all yours then.
Think.
Oh, no! Those bastards. All right.
Well, I think there might be
Well.
a bomb there. Be careful.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
You got
just-
any
just a heads
healing
up.
by any chance?
Yeah. Funny you ask.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, I have shotgun shells for you too.
Oh, thank you. I don't have anything for you, so.
I'm going to remember this forever, and I do not forgive you.
Oh, well, bye. See ya.
Bye.
Ow!
Guns. Yeah, everything's probably fine, right?
Well, there goes all the health that I just got from you.
Large gold. I have more health. Come here. I have some in my inventory too.
I literally turn around to look at you, and I'm like, bye, and then it runs into a trap that I should have shot. 'Cause
Here, it's just a half one,
Thank
but it's
you.
better than nothing.
I'll hold on to it for now unless I'm critical, and then if we get a red one, then.
Don't worry, I'll press the button again. Don't you worry.
I haven't even flexed yet, and your arm just gets even bigger. It's like.
Oh, every time I press one button, GPS unavailable. Ooh, scary. Oh, there's bats.
Oh no!
Flashlight? F for flashlight? No. Oh, you found a flashlight.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, there you
I'm gonna-
go.
Look at that! It's like they knew that I was gonna explode.
Need healing immediately.
There you go. All right.
One off the top.
All right. I'll be the light.
I'll be the guns.
Hell yeah. You already brought the guns, but what about your weapons?
We are.
Right, left
not
or
us.
right?
Left. No.
Oh
right
wait,
has
there's red.
plant.
Oh, there's a red one there.
Did you already combine them? Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. 'Cause I gave you all my health, and we're going. And we're
Oh, is this
back in the
water?
sewers.
Yeah, it's
If you
water.
don't end up in a sewer, you end up in a cave. Oh, I shot you!
Ow.
Back it up! Back it up, Terry! Back it up, Terry! Okay. Nice.
Oh, we need to finish it off.
This is a
Ooh.
freaky little sound, though. Nice.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Woo. Oh, machine gun ammo. Hold on.
I got the lantern.
You got the lantern? All right, 1 second.
Hey.
There you go. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Don't say I do not for you. Hold on.
They ain't doing nothing.
There's somebody down there. What is he
Down
doing?
there. He's kind of he's amping himself up, man.
He's kind of like
know-
just kind of like,
I respect this energy.
hey dude, catch.
Ah, also, what's the thing above him? Look up.
Oh, you're right. It's a
Hell yeah.
ruby.
Money, 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 money. Hell yeah.
Oh, hey, how are you doing? Then I'm gonna
How do I
kick you.
put this down?
Switch to weapon, like to a weapon. Yeah. Machine gun ammo. Gold. Hey man, can you stop?
Thank you.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and take care of this real quick. What? Hey, I stabbed you.
There you go.
That's not how this
I'm
works.
very low on ammo across the board.
Then you can be flashlight. And there's ammo right there for you.
How do I drop it like it's hot? Drop it. I dropped it before.
Flash grenade. Flash grenade.
Machine gun. Okay, let's reload. You.
All right, let's go ahead and reload all my things as well. Nothing like a pitch black cave. Well, I was looking at a wall, so that explains why it was so
that
dark.
would do it.
All right.
Well, it's back. I am back. I'm hoping to stream on the weekends again.
Hell
Except for next week.
yeah.
Next week won't be.
Let's
But after
go.
that- Yeah, thank you. I miss streaming.
More
I miss my
Ella.
friends. Woot. Oh wait, hold on. Sometimes the thing that we have to shoot are in caves like this. Remember there's that little medallion. Oh, I have nothing.
Go ahead and end that.
Was right. Oh, I need you to. Listen. Got it. Do you want to shoot the thing?
Ooh. Ow. Do you mind? Stay down. Please. Thank you. All right, machine gun ammo there.
Come back. I got something for you.
Oh, what?
Okay, if you right here. Remember
Uh-huh.
each level has the big glowy thing that we have to get?
Oh, yeah.
See it?
Yeah. First, you need to hit it like that.
Yeah, I was letting you do it. There's also one up here.
Where?
I already shut it down.
Oh.
But yeah, there's like one of those per level. I think if you do it,
Oh.
you get extra goodies.
Do like goodies.
Oh, dropping down. Okay, dropping this.
Get out of here.
Dropping there. Headshot 223. Flawless victory. Okay, cool.
Machine gun ammo.
Okay, I have no handgun ammo.
But
if
you're
at any
getting a
point-
lot of machine gun.
Thankful. Well, I only have 20.
Oh.
I was out of ammo when I first picked up the lantern. That's why I was like, I'm gonna not shoot anymore.
I still have a good amount of handgun, so you can still do flashlight if you want to reserve some.
Okay. We're going left. Let's go left.
Yeah, let's go left.
Oh, this is
Handgun.
definitely shmammo. Think. And then
What's over here? Oh wait, yeah.
what do we got? Oh, rifle ammo. There you go.
Thank you.
Right there. Yeah.
And then there's
Barrel.
this. I don't know what if we can get to, I mean, I think we could go around. Let's go this way and then go
Eventually.
right.
That looks like a chest. Yeah. Because right, I think, is where we came from.
Hee. Oh, ow! Oh!
Snakes! Gotta shoot him.
Do we? I don't even see them.
That's stuff. They give stuff normally. Oh, I was about to throw a grenade.
I mean, there's a little bit of red somewhere in there. All right, so go ahead and pick those up.
Machine.
Machine and handgun.
Handgun. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. And then.
All right, that back there is where we came from, so we need to move forward.
Yes.
Oh, hello, snake.
Yeah. See? Oh, they give eggs.
Cool. What does that
Eat those
do?
for health.
Ah,
The chickens and the snakes do that.
let me kick this man real quick.
Whoopah! Nice.
A little bit of gold, a little bit of gold, and a little bit of handgun.
A little bit
I'll
of money.
I'll take that
a little
one.
bit of ammo. Okay. You're shooting. You need it.
All right.
I think also if we go to the left here, that secret room that you found.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look, there's a skull. That's a good sign.
Yeah, nothing bad can ever happen. Chest.
Oh, there's a chest. Egg. Oh no, that's a diamond. To be fair,
yes, a very expensive egg.
it's egg shaped. It's egg
right.
adjacent.
Yes. Of course.
What is a diamond if not just a very hard egg? Am I right?
Exactly. You don't think anything bad's gonna happen once we lift this gate up, right?
Nope. Certainly
Okay.
not.
I think
Especially
it'd be a
what kind of mine shaft has a guardrail like that?
I know, right? Oh!
Oh boy. Oh! I think you need to open it on that
wait,
side.
Where's the wrong buttons? Where's the wrong buttons? Okay, where? You got it.
Is it open?
I'm about to.
Oh,
Oh, I do this. I see it.
oh boy.
All right, it's opening. It's opening. It's opening. It should be good.
All right. Ooh.
Should be good.
Close it. Release it.
Done.
Uh-oh.
Boss fight.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Woo. Oh, they're jumping behind you too. I don't think we need the lantern
The-
anymore.
I don't think so either. There's a dynamite behind you.
Woo. Noted. Sam. Oh. And the man.
Impale.
Die.
There you go.
In.
Hi-yah! Impale.
Guys, throw stuff. I think I did first. Got an achievement. What? Ooh, that scared the heck out of me.
Hi-yah!
Oh, there's no more ammo in that.
Oh, but that's a no. There's no ammo in that.
That's not gonna
Whoopsies!
tell.
No!
Okay,
Put
okay.
Put the
These
light
people keep
down!
Stop it! Stop it! I'm gonna just get some high ground. Oh, you need help.
I do. Ooh!
Where are you? Grab this.
Climb up, you fool! Eat the egg!
Watch out! Behind you!
Oh! Ooh!
No, I'm dying!
Oh, I got you!
Thank you for my life. Oh, I said it! I'm moving. I am moving.
Oh!
No, I'm dying again!
I got you!
Thanks!
We need to move.
Oh! This is so bad.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Ugh.
Oh, they're shooting arrows! I gotta heal. 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 Right now. Fine. Heal. Use. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah!
Hiya!
Get back on the ground. I didn't say you could get up
Back
yet.
the fuck up.
Hiya!
Drop kicking. Moving away and I'm moving away and I'm
Hiya!
I'm just gonna keep moving. Ah! With an arrow again.
Bye!
Okay, I'm just gonna
What do you think you're doing? Hiya!
get over here.
I'm gonna stab you in the face now.
Just over here. Let's
But I'm like really polite about it.
nothing. A whole lot of nothing.
That guy is just walking in circles, but we're just gonna ignore him, I guess.
I love it.
Alright, let's go to the very top to
Um,
see if there's anything special going on up here.
Okay, I'm with you. Oh, I was just up there. I think.
Incendiary
Go back to the
grenade.
Mines. Are these all connected?
Let's go ahead and just use this. I know it's a bit of a waste, but it's fine. That would have been helpful. Oh, it looks like you're dealing with something. I watched your ammo
Yeah,
go
but-
all the way down.
It did nothing and he's stuck, so I'm just gonna leave him there. I do think I found the way up. I think it's this way.
Oh, okay.
I imagine. Yep.
Oh!
You are almost dead. He's behind you. Oh! Okay.
Oh boy.
Go back up. No!
I'm
No,
dying!
V.
Oh.
Alright, let's just run past them.
Ah!
No!
I can't. They're just
How do I-
spinning around.
No.
They're
No,
just spinning.
No!
They're spinning to winning.
Ah.
Those guys, those guys suck.
Yeah, I think we have to deal with them. But at least we
How-
know where to go.
Is there a better way to deal with them than headshots?
No, you're right.
Because I'm
You have
just
egg.
I do have egg. Let's see. We're gonna organize. I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna move the egg, or I'm gonna remove the egg here. Let's sell these. I'm gonna grab some healing.
Okay, I'm just gonna sell what you haven't sold already.
I'm gonna sell. I'm actually gonna sell the flash grenades if you're fine with that.
Ah, that's fine. I forgot. Honestly, I'm saving our big grenades for our next boss fight.
Yeah, honestly, it's the way to go about it.
Okay. Oh, also V is sell all. Didn't know that. Just to
Oh,
let you know.
good to know. Thank you.
So if we're in that little tab.
All right. We're
Okay, I'm gonna buy some health.
We'll do
and
one
my
more health as well. Organize. Organize. Put that in. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Organize.
Upgrade for critical. Perfect. 2800. I don't really need reload speed or capacity. I think I just need firepower and the handgun.
Can we
kinda-
buy ammo?
It doesn't look
No.
it.
It's strictly. I ended up buying my vest and a first aid, just so
Gotcha.
I'm a little bit less squishy for this round.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh wee! All right.
We'll do shotgun. Honestly, reload speed could use a little help on that. And we'll do firepower. Oh, we're just short of the firepower. Is there anything else on the handgun that I could do? We'll do capacity. And then reload speed. Okay. Okay. Alright. I think we're good.
I'm also ready. Feeling better about it, at least. See,
Yeah, same.
sometimes I like when we die, because then like we can actually assess everything
Yep.
we're doing.
Because I can immediately do this.
Yeah. Also, we don't have to deal with the people behind this now.
Yep.
Since we're already here.
Yep.
I love it.
Reload.
Alright, so I'm gonna save my pistol ammo since I don't have much.
Alright. I'm gonna
Okay,
try to-
ready?
Yep.
Should we just start moving up? You think that's the
Yeah,
best bet?
honestly, I think that's the way to go about it.
Just go
I
up
s-
and then let them grab us.
Moving up,
Okay,
up,
going-
up. We're going.
We're going up, up, up. Whoa. I got behind us if you got in front of us.
Yep.
Oh no, I'm getting shot with arrows. That was a bad idea. I'm gonna keep moving.
Grenade.
Are you in the mine already?
I'm positioning. I'm ahead of you. Yeah.
Okay. I'm coming back.
Hi-ya!
In it. Doing it.
Hi-ya!
Okay, I'm at where we were before. Oh, you're not
Oh!
here!
I'm moving in. Whew. Where are
You
you?
said you were ahead. I'm where we died.
Gotcha. All right, that's fine. I'm on my way.
I'm leaving.
I'm on my way. On my way. A bingo wa, a bingo wa, a bingo wa, a bingo wa. I'm out of jungle, the lion slips to north. In the jungle. Okay, I'm past where we died. Where are you?
Okay, I'm going back there. I left because you were there. Hi. Okay, I'm going fine. Going up. I see you're here.
Hi.
Nice stab. Nice murder.
Come on. Oh, come on. Really?
Ah!
Hiya!
See that?
Roundhouse kick. Ugh.
Double kicked. Oh,
I was-
behind.
I'll save you.
Thanks, Laura Croft. Oh, woohoo! Back it up.
Maybe I need
Those
to hit
guys
the
are easier to deal with.
the centipede guys.
Those guys are easier to deal with at like a farther range because they can hit farther than most other people.
Right.
So I always try to back the heck up. Also, I think a rifle ammo for you. Rifle.
Oh, there it is.
Shotgun.
Thank you.
Oh, you're too far from me. Give. There you go.
Hi there. Oh, I think we can
Hi
just move
there.
forward.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's just go. Hello there.
Hello, princess.
Princess, your
princess.
elevator is here.
Open.
I'll
Oh,
press the button.
Come on.
Don't.
Oh.
You gotta
I was
yell
trying
at.
to press-
You gotta
Come on.
yell at the women
on.
first. Classic Leon.
No. Oh.
Can you do Leon in the princess voice?
Hello, princess. That's not at all. That's my man voice. I'm not. I'm gonna reload before we go back into crazy.
I'm gonna reload before I use my man voice.
I reload my voice. Okay.
Rifle, that's
more
mine.
ammo. Let me
Let's
make
see
sure I
here.
don't have anything. I only have handgun.
Hold on. I want to give you more health because I need to make more room.
I have 2 health. I have 2 already. But what do you? What
Don't
do you need room
care.
for? Okay, it's fine.
Get healed,
Get your
idiot.
plant. Whatever.
I'm gonna combine it with this one. So now, oh,
Oh, no, you're not. Sorry, I didn't know it was gonna be a
Tee-hee.
cutscene.
all right.
We're gonna go through this door.
Oh shit.
So you must be Irving.
He looks like he has done drugs.
You think
Yeah,
this is a joke?
gross looking
You're just
ass.
like all the other pieces of scum terrorists.
Well, that's why.
I'm not like that.
He kind of looks like if Gollum was a person.
Drop the weapon.
Yeah.
Or, how about you drop yours?
Fuck him up. Shoot him in the knee.
Not the gas that makes you a zombie.
Oh, the zombie gas! No. No way.
Oh, hello.
Who is she?
Who is he? Who is girl?
Hurry.
Hurry!
Little slimy looking guy just got saved by a baddie in a mask.
It's always the case.
This is the dream, right?
Why? No, it could have been me. It should have been me.
No, you should have taken me.
Looks like Irving has a
That was the
partner.
fall in love with you gas. God damn it. Now I'm in love with you.
There must be something here he didn't want us to see.
Well,
Oh,
I thought that was an
there's
empty
stuff.
clipboard for a second. I was like,
Yeah, that's what I thought too. For a split
he's like, if we
Like
look
that.
under this clipboard.
Ah. Test case, circle, it must be here.
That's in the marshlands.
That is where oil's found usually.
Usually.
Well, it
Delta
sounds.
Team, Chris here. We
Found-
located Irving.
Oh, here's another
He got
plan.
away.
Yay!
We think he's heading for an oil field in the marshlands.
Sounds like a boss fight.
Oh, I see your shadow under us. That's funny.
Hey! A rifle.
Ooh. I thought you also had access. I thought when I picked it up, both of us get the rifle. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
All
I
right.
think
I'm just.
something's happening outside. What do you
I
think?
think so too. I'm just gonna snipe his face off.
Yeah, I'm down.
There you go.
I can't see him, but
Whoopsies.
nice.
There we go.
Nice. That's probably the spider move.
There we go. Oh, good.
Oh, behind us. They're in the room.
Are they in the room with us?
I'd like to smack you, sir.
There we go.
Okay. There you go. Help me!
There we go. There we go.
Alright, well, you're taking care of that. I'm gonna go back to the window.
All right. I'll make sure no one. Oh, you just came out of nowhere. You spawned.
Oh, I missed it. Got him.
Okay.
Okay, I am officially out of rifles.
I thought you were
This is
taking
probably
care of
not
the window. All right, we'll switch.
I ran out of ammo.
Well, have you tried not?
That's all of Resident Evil is always running out of ammo. Is there anything else?
There's more coming to the door, by the way.
Okay.
So have fun with that.
Thank you. Got it.
I want you. Can I like hold my breath or something? You need to stop shaking, girl. Put it
I
on
know
the window
the wobbly. You probably can upgrade it so it's less wobbly. You probably have to pay real life money. I'm gonna do this.
shield. Got it. Okay, we're good.
Nice. Okay.
All right, I think we're good to go outside.
Yeah, I'm just taking care of guys on the stairs. There we go.
Nice. Like in a fun way, or
Well, the eye is in the beholder, so I'm having fun.
there's Beholder. He's here. You are doing it in a fun way.
Yeah. Let's go. Looking that way. I do like that there's a new lighting. That's always fun when games.
You know they call that the
Look.
sun usually.
No, that would make sense. Found a plant.
Congrats. There is foliage.
I found a chest with a giant diamond brilliant.
Let's see here. I want to combine this with crap. What do I not need? What do you not need? Do you mind using
just
your
made
first?
room.
Oh, okay, cool.
I just made room for
In
it.
that case, go ahead. Oh, shit.
I can take it.
Whoops.
Right? What'd you do?
I discarded instead of dropped.
No! What was it?
Green herb.
No! That's alright. Can we use this?
Can you use it? Ooh. Looks fun.
Yeah. If
Have fun.
only there was someone
Men
to
in
use
their
it on.
guns. Classic.
Yeah, these classic straight man trope.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this very long ladder.
I heard voices.
You heard a man? I heard them too. I think they're above us.
All right, let's see. Slowly but surely we go up this ladder. There's an explosion beneath me.
Where did you come from? Okay, well that worked.
Hmm.
Cool.
Okay,
Sure.
well,
I'm gonna.
what is this? Machine gun ammo. Don't you want this?
Yeah, but I don't have room. So
Well,
I'm gonna shoot this guy
then-
behind you
then-
so I have room.
Then make room, forehead.
I just made room. There you go. Forehead. Whoa, first off. Rude. I still don't have room. What? I had to pick up
Listen,
that
there's
dumb
nothing
plane.
wrong with having a 5-head. As someone who has one.
I'm gonna. I don't know what to do, man.
Oh!
No! Dang it!
Oh, there's more.
Well, maybe I could shoot them.
Oh, wait, I remember there was a thing. It's probably too late now. Before you jump down, I remember there being a point. Oh, yeah. If you want to go back to the other ladder,
Yes.
I just shot a diamond off the side there.
Oh, okay.
If you want to go down the longer
I'm-
one down there.
I have to just discard this. Hold on. Next, now I need this. Oops.
All right, let's just do this. Hey, come here, man.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
So
Anybody
drop
else?
this diamond. Oh, oops. Excuse me, sir. Pardon me.
Excuse me, pardon me.
There he goes. I don't see anything. Excuse me, pardon me. Thank you. Okay. Oh, it's on that one. I see it. Oh, I gotta boost you for it. I see.
Oh no, it was back to where we were.
Oh, behind us.
You got it. I believe in you.
I forget melee is a huge thing in this game. Ah!
Oh god! That's not fair. I was in the middle of executing.
You got this. Oh, you're dying.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Oh!
I got you.
Behind you.
Locked in. Ah! No!
You got this.
I took so much damage.
Yeah, the dynamite hurts.
Noted. Hey.
Ooh, look, gold. Ooh, look, a body.
Look, it's candy.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Here, I'm gonna boost you up this one. This is where I dropped my diamond.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's get up there.
Yeah.
Machine gun ammo, I'll just pick that up for you and give it to you later.
Thank you.
What's up here? Ooh, hello there, sir. You have a shovel. I have a gun. I don't know if this is going to turn out the way you think it's going to
This
turn
doesn't
out.
seem fair. I also got. Oh, there we go. Yes.
What are you, Yorick?
Yes.
I miss old Yorick. He was fun.
How did he throw a grenade at me and I shot him in the head? That's not fair. Okay.
Are you real?
Man.
He is. He's just dazed, I guess. Hi.
Hi. Okay, we're caught up. What is this? Is this anything? Nope, that's a rock. Okay. Let's see this. Oh!
I'm gonna kick you. Uh-oh, it's gonna blow up. It's gonna blow up. Move, move.
Oh, we're clipping each other! Ah!
It didn't blow up. Oh.
It didn't blow up.
Oh,
It scared me.
well, this is awkward.
Huh.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and hold on. I'm gonna give you these. Have fun with that.
I can reload. Thank you.
And then I'm gonna combine these. Hee hee. And then we're gonna find a red plant immediately, and I'm gonna feel bad about that.
Real.
I won't be able to
Okay,
move this
okay.
by myself. Get over here!
It's almost like you need my massive arms. I won't be able to move this alone. Okay.
Okay,
Oh, we
can
have to
I-
push it from here.
Oh. I love the come on when
Come
I'm
on.
next to you, already doing it.
It is every single time of this glitch.
Come on!
Come on. Are you ready?
Here's another green herb, shotgun shells. You can take this green herb if you want.
There's 2 handgun ammo here.
Alright, I'll swipe it. Yoink.
Okay, swiper.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, I think there are mines in this building.
I think so too. we both clocked it at the same
As we
time.
go to shoot them, whatever. Whatever, man. Oh, bats.
Ooh, are there vampires?
I wish. I love vampires, man.
I know you do.
I know I do. Why are you driving this car? Not again.
This man didn't get his license.
Ugh. He's not looking at the road. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Uh-oh.
No, what's in there?
Hey, what's in there? Hey,
What do you got in there?
what's in the box? What's in the
What's
box?
box?
Have you seen Seven?
I have.
Hell yeah.
Recently, within like
Oh.
the last 2 years. I'm like really trying to get on. I did not watch horror movies at all as a kid. Like my parents did not like them, and as an adult, I'm like, I want to watch all of them now.
Hell yeah. I'm excited for you.
Batman just walks out right now.
That doesn't look like Batman.
Yeah, it does. Who you
Oh,
talking
wait a minute.
about? Was it
Oh,
a
actually,
spider?
it's a giant bat. You're right.
It's a
It is
Batman!
Oh, he's got a big dumpy.
Ew.
Oh, that's a big
Big.
dumpy.
Big Batman.
You asked like I would know.
Well,
Okay. Well, All right.
Hey.
Is Batman the way you expected it to be?
I think we shoot inside that.
Can I like punch it? No.
I'm gonna throw a grenade at it. Just watch out. Watch out.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm just gonna combo all these again. Cool.
Good job.
I'm also gonna heal.
I'm gonna shoot it from
No.
behind.
No! I need to heal.
Okay.
Oh. Loaded.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Can you not do that right next to me? He's like a weird lobster bat.
He is a weird lobster bat. Oh boy!
Oh. Okay, he's kind of covered. Oh, that's cool. Oh, machine gun. This hand ammo's for you if you want it.
Thank you.
You also, you're missing like a quarter of your health. You're not bad.
Oh, okay. He has a melee. Okay, now... equip.
I'm just reloading while he's down. Maybe this is our time to like actually fight him, but whatever.
Gotta reload. Hee hee
He's
hee hee.
running.
I'm just gonna keep running. Ugh.
I'm just gonna keep shooting.
Okay. Why does it keep on telling me to dodge? Whew. It's confusing. Ugh.
You got it.
All right, come on.
I think I got him as bait. Is he looking at me?
Oh,
It's
go!
easier. Ew! Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming.
It's okay. Oh no no! Oh, blah, 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 blah. I'm just gonna go over here. I'm just gonna
Oh,
go
there's
over
like
here.
little things in it we have to shoot.
Oh.
Yeah, there's like 6 little guys, and then he gets knocked down, and I don't know what part to shoot him. Oh, this. We just shoot the inside of his gross lobster belly.
There, good job.
Yeah. What a
Batman
freaky
ain't
little
nothing.
thing. Lobster.
I don't know why the Joker is such a problem with him. I really don't.
Dude, I don't get it, man. He's not that bad.
Oh?
Oh, Leon!
Oh?
Leon!
Oh?
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Hell yeah.
Well, there was no... There is an explosion.
Yeah?
And he's actively looking at it.
Oh, wow, you show up right
Yeah,
now.
oh, well.
Convenient. Convenient. Leon.
Oh! Gatling gun?
Not you.
What if he just, like, goes off the cliff accidentally? Going a little too far.
Reversing.
Yeah, he just reverses off. We
That's
into the game.
funny.
Credits roll.
We did it!
We did it! Let's
Hell
go!
yeah. Dude, my accuracy went down so much ever since I switched to the submachine gun.
Well, I mean, that checks out.
Yeah,
Because
that
it is a
sounds alright.
submachine gun.
Mhm. Look how many enemies you got this time, though. Holy shit.
Just a little bit. Just a
Yeah,
touch.
like
Just a
almost
little bit.
double what I did. That's impressive.
Yeah. Thank you.
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
How do we
I
feel?
figured we'd reset our inventories and then do a little savey save and wrap up. How does that feel?
That sounds good to me. I was gonna say the same thing. I was like, I feel like we're coming to a good spot.
Yeah. We're what? It said chapter 2. We finished 2-2.
I'm gonna be real. I read it immediately out the other year. Like I did not
respect
absorb
that.
any of it.
I understand. I hear you.
Let's see. I could buy something new. Oh, okay. So that rifle's different from the other rifle. Mine
yes,
is
because
more
there's also in the
impact.
inventory. Yes, there's
Yeah.
2 other.
All right,
I
let's
see.
get.
Well, I'm gonna do sell all for treasure, so we got money.
I forgot that was a thing.
I remembered.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, we still don't have enough money for the disc critical, so we're just gonna do even more firepower. Even more firepower.
Oh.
More.
I'm gonna buy another first aid spray, and then I'm gonna upgrade.
I do like my shotgun. My shotgun's currently out though, so let's upgrade the firepower of this one. More firepower in this one. Hell yeah.
Oops, I keep pressing the wrong thing.
Reload speed still is completely maxed out. We'd like to see it. Oh, what I will do is increase the capacity though. We don't have enough money for anything else. What?
I think I know what I did wrong. I just bought 3 pistols instead of upgrading mine, so I'm gonna sell those.
Oh! Well.
My bad.
Okay.
I think that's not the first time I've done that either.
Oh.
Oops. Okay, I fixed it.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Oh, I should probably sell the submachine gun if I'm not going to use it.
Are we sharing an inventory? Is that what this is?
No.
Okay,
I see a submachine gun and an egg. I don't think you have that.
No. Okay. I see clearly now. Okay, so then I'm gonna sell this. Wow, I messed up a bunch then. Shit. Okay, well that's fine.
I'll keep the egg to eat. Does the egg combine with anything? Do you happen to know?
No, I think you just eat egg.
I eat egg. Got it. All right, so the MP5 is just to stay in there.
Yes.
Keep the shotgun because it's really good, especially for dogs. And then that's really good for that. Okay, so I'll just eat the egg when I'm in there. All right. I am ready whenever you are.
Yeah. Okay. I screwed up a bunch, but we figured it out, and I found all my ammo, and everything's okay again.
I'm proud of you.
Okay. I'm gonna ready up, and then we'll save. We'll get that auto save.
Yeah. After the cutscene.
After the cutscene.
Yes, but there will be other opportunities. Shove it to headquarters.
Goddamn.
This is headquarters. What's your situation?
Disrespectful, man.
There's a high probability that Irving is on his way to an oil field in the marshlands. We're rejoining Delta Team and heading there now.
Understood.
Oh, the biker gang's back.
Biker gang's back.
No, I don't think this is gonna be just a save.
Oh.
Do what you gotta do to stop.
Oh, it just saved. Here, listen.
But don't get too trigger happy with the guns overheat.
Are we doing this?
Yeah, let's quit.
Okay. Okay, end game session.
Saving content, save successful. Woo!
Yes, saving.
All right.
Woo!
Well, thank you for joining me. This is super fun.
Oh, what a delight, dude. No, that was so much fun. Here, I'm
Yeah.
gonna actually
Let's
close
definitely
this
do
so I
this
can-
again. We'll stay in
Soon.
contact as far as when to do this next, but let's
Yes.
definitely do this again soon.
Yes. Here, I'm switching. Gotta change scenes, and then I gotta close the game. And then turn my music back on, and then I can actually be a streamer. Okay, hell yeah. Dude, that was so much fun. Thank you for putting this together, being like, hey, you want to play 5? And now we found out our mods worked, which was like...
Yep. Which was such... it honestly made it better because it was a surprise. I was just like, wait a minute. Why do I look different? And you were just like, Leon!
I lose my voice screaming over Leon. I tried to reel it back. I don't want to be too crazy. But...
Well, I mean, again,
You know
we
how
have the
it
warning for a
goes.
reason. Like, we know what we're getting into here. So, you're fine.
Exactly. It was fun. That was a blast. And I mean, the goon warning was probably one of the best things you could do.
I will be sending you the good warning individually as well,
Yes,
so you can do whatever you want
please.
with it. Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Are you gonna keep streaming for a little bit? Or are you
No.
also headed off?
I think I am also heading off. Are you going to be streaming still?
No, I was just seeing if I was rating you or if I was gonna rate
Same.
someone else.
That's why
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
also
yeah.
going to ask.
No, I'm gonna,
is there
I'm gonna go eat
anyone
lunch.
on? God, awesome. I need to eat dinner, so that checks out.
Awesome. Let's see. I don't think she started yet. I was gonna say we should raid,
Yeah, we should read Zelda if possible.
but she doesn't start for another half an hour. No.
Wait, another half an hour? Do we want?
Yeah.
Do we want
Let
to try to push 30 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah. I think no, my stomach's yelling at me, dude. I think I gotta go.
All right. But anyone
as
who's
much
been
as I
who's
want
here,
to.
30 minutes. Please join Zelda in their
Yeah.
debut. Pretty please.
Her official name is Zelda_Phoenix. It's her debut day.
Let's at.
Yeah. Let me do
At
Zelda Phoenix.
Yeah, give them.
There we go.
Yeah, give them a follow. Check them out in 30 minutes, ish. And then tomorrow, I am going to be doing part 2 in Date Everything. So that should be
fun. Is there anyone that's piquing your interest yet, or?
The towel did.
Oh.
The towel. Granted, it was an accidental love. Apparently supporting someone's dreams is a love. Who knew? It was literally just like, oh, I always wanted to go to a beach, and I'm like, cool, you could just be my beach towel. That's fine. Yeah. Like that's more than fine. And it was just like, y'all are in love now, and I'm like, I'm just supporting them. Like that's not a that's a sharing of one's dreams and supporting it. That's not a relationship.
It was just more friendship options in that game.
I've been doing
platonic.
Mostly like for those that in case you didn't know, I'm Dimmy.
Hell yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's just like, well, it's interesting going in from the perspective of everyone's on very same level across the board for the most part until I get to know them, and then we'll see. So it's been interesting. That's really been the one. Oh, also for some weird reason, I kept on talking to the people that all had animal sidekicks.
Oh yeah, I was there on your stream when that happened. That was funny.
I was just like, how are we doing this? So that's been a lot of that's been a lot of fun. And then Sunday is going to be the last day of the charity shenaniganery, and I will be drawing the mascot for this charity for us. And then we'll be turning it into a sticker for those that have donated at least $10. So
yeah, that's exciting. I can't believe you've been really successful with it. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah,
I think you're doing good.
Thank you. No, I mean, listen, I'm just putting it together. It's the people who are actually putting in the money to support this that are really the ones that move forward.
You're making it visible, and I think that's important. I think that's very important. So
thank you.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
I will. I'm learning to try to do that more. And I hope this is just more to come for future charity stuff. That and I'm glad because this is the second one, and I'm starting to get a hang of it. So that's super great.
Yeah, that's very, and like it just takes practice. So props to you, props on you.
Thank you.
Yeah, are you gonna raid anyone in particular? Because maybe I'll raid the same person.
Yeah, let's look here. Who do we have that is still who are going on and about and doing their thing? Let's see.
We can always find someone playing 5.
Let's see here. Looks like Carmen is up.
Do I follow Carmen?
I know she's part of Renicki's Discord.
Yeah, I do.
And they seem like pretty cool people so far. I think they're on like book talk and stuff like that, so they seem pretty neat.
What is their channel name?
Carmen SD220.
There they are.
Looks like they're playing. Ooh, that looks like they're playing Still Wakes the Deep. I loved that. That was a good game.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It was going back to that VOD though. It was way too loud. But it was fun. Yeah. So we're gonna raid them.
Sounds good.
I want to make sure that
Also start
something that I've been
with-
need to do more often is that I'm going to start it up and then I'm going to see to make sure that I'm not going to get immediately ad walled.
Yeah,
I've done that a few
We're gonna have
times.
to-
All
Well,
right.
I'm gonna finish up, and I appreciate you with games, and we'll do it again soon.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks again for joining me on this. Let's definitely do this again soon.
Yes. All right, I hop out of Discord now.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Bye.
See y'all. And that was Ella. Please follow Electronic if you haven't already. She's great. She's amazing. We're going to be continuing collaborating with her. Thank you all for joining me here today. It was wonderful having you. Join me tomorrow for more Date Everything, and stick around for the raid for to Carmen as Still Exceed with an excellent horror game. And yeah, so I will see y'all later. Have a good day. Have a good evening. See y'all then. Bye bye.